సార్ 1 మీకు ఎక్కువ ఏం చెప్పను 1 hour అయితేనే చెప్తాను. ఓకే 2 hours అయితే సింగిల్ hour అయితేనే పౌచ్ అదిగా డెస్క్ లో కాదు పైన जी बोर्ड को बेटा కొంచెం ఫాస్ట్ మూవ్ చేస్తాను. సార్ కొంచెం స్పీకర్ వచ్చేస్తా అంటారు. టైం డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్ ఆల్రెడీ 9 దాటిపోయి 9 కొంచెం ఒకసారి కాల్ చేయండి. స్పేస్ ఇవ్వండి వెనకాల మోడ్ సాల్వ్ కన్నా మూవ్ అయింది. మీకు మాక్సిమం అవసరం అవుతుంది ల్యాప్టాప్
So is everything ready, Andy? With all these participants? 1 minute, 1 minute. 1 minute. So those two, please go back.
Second, Prasad.
Yes. Achaya, we center the row forms. We will go to back here. Go back here. I think this slowly will have a problem for the microphone connectivity is Srinivas. Connectivity established. Start working.
Check.
Are you pressed?
Prasad చెప్పేసి ఎంత బాగుంది చెక్ అంటే ఎట్లా చెక్
Additional chairs కావాలంటే
వాల్యూ ప్రెస్ చేయవా వెళ్ళి ఆ మైక్రోఫోన్ వాల్యూ ప్రెస్ చేసుకో ఏది కార్నర్ మైక్ ఎక్కడ ప్రెస్ చేస్తావు రైట్ ఓకే రైట్ సార్ బెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ లక్ one of the best of its kind is 17 years sometime it was in 2017 go back into the activities we did it with the British Council of this kind but we were feeding dry fruit by then I don't know what your coordinator is doing
check
Anyone? So, sir, please
So, I don't know the initial part of my whatever I said was missed out. That doesn't matter. So what I was saying is that maybe 3-4 decades ago, the way Indian university ecosystem was involved, there were institutions which are specifically created to impart education, and then there were institutions which were created to do research. But that's not the best thing to do. It was probably, it made sense at that point of time. There's some amount of equity. But going forward, we'll have to see that academics have a very strong connectivity, particularly if we talk about the institutions of higher learning. So at the bottom end, the research and academics, they may seem like very two discrete entities. And the reason is simple. The education is concerned with knowledge which is already known and understood, whereas research is concerned with knowledge which is either known or not well understood. Education is largely transactional. It's a one-way communication from teacher to the student, whereas research is a highly collaborative effort between the teacher and the student. So at the bottom end, if you are talking about the lower end of education, then probably yes, research and education are very different, or they may look very different. But if we go to the top end of the research education pyramid, then both education and research seamlessly get integrated and merged into each other. So all your high-end academic programs like PhD and postdocs, they are essentially built around a good research agenda. And the quality of those programs essentially depends upon the goodness and challenge in recent problems around which those programs are built. So at the top end of the research education pyramid is literally impossible to differentiate between research and academics. There is a lot of synergy between the two. At the highest end of the research education pyramid, research and teaching are essentially complementary to each other. A vibrant ecosystem of research adds distinct value to the quality of PhD programs. And good PhD programs in turn collectively provide mass to the research ecosystem of the institution. Research can also be seen as an instrument of sustainability, both from individual as well as an institutional perspective. So on one hand, research adds on to the brand value of the institution, and on the other hand, it helps to monetize the intellectual capital to augment resources. What it means is that if you have a lot of extramural research funding coming to the institution, or industry-sponsored projects, those resources help to create and augment research infrastructure. And once you have a better research infrastructure, that further raises the level of research which can be performed within the institution. So if teaching is the lifeline for survival, research is the vehicle for growth, both from individual as well as institutional perspective. Research, as we all know, is concerned with the discovery of laws and postulating theories that can explain natural phenomena in order to build the body of scientific knowledge. And both theory and observations are essential component of scientific research. Theory is something which provides meaning and significance to observations, and observations in turn validate or refine existing theories or construct new ones. Now, relying solely on observations for making inferences is not considered good research. That's the empirical way of doing the things is not considered good research or valid research. Both science and technology have their own place in the overall landscape of science and technology. Because no significant technological advance is possible in absence of good science. Good science is the foundation of technological progress. And at the same time, the science which is pursued only for the sake of intellectual gratification doesn't have any utilitarian value. So both are equally important. I mean, it's not fair to call that whether science is more important or technology development is more important. Complete research can also be seen to have two very discrete components. So one is the inductive part, which is concerned with the theory building, and other is the deductive part, which is concerned with the testing of theories. So both inductive and deductive research, they are, in a way, they are the two halves of the research cycle that constantly iterates between theory and observations. One cannot do inductive or deductive research without familiarity with both theory and data component of the research. What it means is that, if there are people who call themselves theoreticians and there are people who call themselves experimentalists. But then, unless you have a reasonably good idea about the other side of the research, you cannot be either a good theoretician or a good experimentalist. There has to be some kind of a connect between the two. Both inductive and deductive research are critical for the advancement of science because elegant theories are not valuable if they don't conform with reality. And at the same time, mountains of data are useless unless they contribute to construction of a meaningful theory. Now, inductive research is more valuable when there are very few theories or explanations for a natural phenomena. And deductive research normally is more productive when there are many competing theories to explain the same phenomena, and one needs to figure out which theory works better and under what conditions or what limitations. This is another way of looking at research. So, research involves two very discrete skill sets. One is the methodological part, another is the theoretical part. Methodological part is more concerned with the domain. So it is relatively standard and invariant across disciplines, and this is something which we acquire through, or which is imparted through the doctoral programs. Doctoral training is essentially to take care of the methodological component of scientific research. Theoretical part is more to do with the thinking itself. It's considerably harder to master. It takes years of observation and reflection. It's a kind of a tacit skill which cannot be taught as much as it has to be learned through own effort, through experience over a long period of time. So this is a more challenging part actually. The theoretical skills are the more challenging part, and this is something which differentiates a good scientist or an outstanding scientist from an average scientist. So if you look back at the history of science, all the greatest scientists in the history of mankind, but they were all master theoreticians. You right from Adam Smith, Newton, Faraday, Einstein, Archimedes, whosoever you name, Niels Bohr, they were all master theoreticians. So that's what I said that, it's the methodological skills which produce ordinary research, but it's the theoretical skills which produce extraordinary research. And this is the differentiator between, between working with an outstanding teacher and a normal teacher. Because if you have an opportunity to work with an outstanding teacher, it modulates your thinking. This is something which is very standard. It doesn't matter, the methodological skills, irrespective of whomsoever you work with, they remain more or less same. But it's the theoretical skills, it is a great advantage to work with an outstanding person. Research can also be seen, if you talk about the overall length scale of research and development, then this can also be broadly classified into three very discrete components. The basic research, which is more concerned with new knowledge. Applied research, which is normally done in research laboratories, if you try to do the classification as per the type of institutions. And technology development is the last leg of R&D value chain, which can be more identified with the industry itself. What it means is that, the knowledge institutions or academic institutions, most of the research they do is basic research. I mean, it's not a watertight compartmentalization, but if you see by the nature of the research, knowledge institutions are better placed to take care of the first part, the basic research. And that's the reason that most of the basic research is done in academic institutions. Applied research is something which, falls in between, and, you have regional laboratories, they are the ones, their primary mandate is to do applied research. And technology development is done by all of them, but again, the final leg of technology development leading to commercialization is something which industry is best positioned to take care of. Now, innovation is something which connects the basic research with applied research and technology development. So basic research, the way you apply the knowledge, to solve problems. That's applied research, and that's where the innovation comes into picture. Same thing with technology development. How you use the existing knowledge, basic research comes by way of basic research and applied research, and then combine and integrate this knowledge in the form of a technology development. There again, the innovation comes into picture. Now, yeah, so basic research is essentially idea driven. It's concerned with a new idea to understand a phenomena using first principles of science to address the question of why and how. It's driven by, it's motivated by a driving curiosity about the unknown, and it leads to new knowledge more often without immediate practical ends. What it means is that the basic research may not always have direct practical relevance, and its immediate utility is just a matter of chance and a very rare possibility. But at the same time, basic research has the potential to turn out to be a game changer. You see, these kind of theories were developed few centuries ago. Newton's law of gravitation and motion, Einstein's theory of relativity, photoelectric effect, or Faraday's theory of electromagnetism. They were proposed or developed several centuries ago. But we still use these kind of theories not only to do further science, but also to develop various applications and technologies. So this is the beauty of basic science. It may not have immediate practical utility, but then there will be a lot of hidden opportunities which may reveal over a period of time and which may turn out to be a game changer. Applied research, on the other hand, as the name suggests, is the use of existing knowledge to solve practical problems, which can be either routine or gigantic. Unlike the basic research, applied research can be planned and executed in a lot more organized manner, because the reason is that we know where from we are starting, we know what is our end goal. It is often possible to set up various benchmarks of success parameters, and it's also possible to set up various milestones and timelines. So unlike basic research, applied research can be executed or implemented in a lot more organized and planned manner. And technology development is the last leg of R&D value chain. Now, this is an altogether different ballgame. I mean, process or product development is a comprehensive technological package. It engages several domains of knowledge, skill set, processes, and their integration to function in sync as a single unit. So all these things like scaling up, prototyping, design, system integration, it's all involving sophisticated instrumentation for process control. So all these things, this is technology development is a kind of a grand engineering challenge, which requires mammoth amount of physical effort, material resources, managerial skills, and internal coordination. So unlike the basic research, which is more intellectual resource centric, technology development involves all these things. A lot of physical effort, a lot of material resources, managerial skills, and coordination. And there are significant differences, huge differences in length scales and conditions. So what you do, the length scale, or what you deal with, few milliliters or few grams in the lab, but if you go to the industrial scale, you talk of 100 tons, 1,000 tons, or million tons. Now the thing is that the basic research is largely open-ended in nature. So it has low predictability of tangible outcomes. It may not always unfold on expected lines, and the final outcomes may in fact be contradictory to the initial hypothesis. What it means is that paid research, basic research has a good amount of chances that it may turn out to fail. But what is important is that good research always generates some new insights, even if final outcomes are contrary to original hypothesis. So, although the final outcome of research may not be according to the original hypothesis, but at the same time, it also generates some new knowledge, some new insights. So, the insight into why and how things don't work, that itself could be very revealing. And that may provide a roadmap for various other activities or various other initiatives, which may eventually generate a lot of knowledge. So this is the hallmark of good research. As long as you are generating some new knowledge, some new insights, it's not even if the final outcome is contradictory to the original hypothesis, it doesn't matter. So in that sense, there is nothing like failed research. Either it is good research or bad research. Bad research is something where the end result is zero. And good research is something where you generate some kind of a knowledge, even if it is contradictory to the original hypothesis. So there are n number of examples in the history of science. That's what they call serendipity in science, the chance discovery. You're targeting something, but you end up with something else. But what you end up could actually be the results of so-called paid research could even be more revealing with far-reaching applications. There are a number of examples of your penicillin, your vaccines, so many things. Do you recall how the vaccines were developed? This was done by, I think, the same person who is attributed pasteurizer, I think Louis Pasteur. Louis Pasteur. So what he did was that they were, I think, dealing with cholera. And so what they were doing, they were injecting those bacterial growth of cholera to the chickens, and all of them used to die. Then at some point of time, he was so fed up, then he went on a vacation and asked his student to continue the experiment, injecting the broth into the chickens. But as normally happens, you know what happens if the teacher goes out for a break, then what do students do? They also take a break. So the student also went on a vacation. And after coming back, he of course made sure that he came back before the lead pastor came. And then he injected the same broth, which was left over for several days, to the chickens, and they didn't die. When they didn't die, then Louis Pasteur thought that was the reason why they did. See, earlier the belief was that those antibodies, they are the cause of the disease. By that time, it was believed that the antibodies which are found are the cause of the disease. So if you have antibodies, this means you have the disease. But then what they did, they made the fresh broth, then they injected to the chickens, and the chickens again died. But when the fresh broth was injected to the chickens who were earlier exposed to the broth which has gone bad, they didn't die. Because why? Because they developed the antibodies. So then the entire premise was changed, that the antibodies actually are caused by the disease, and if you develop the antibodies, then it acts as it gives you the inoculation from being infected from the disease. It was just a chance discovery. The initial hypothesis was that the antibodies are responsible for the disease. But then this was totally changed. So what I mean is that the good research is something where you generate some new knowledge, some new leads, some new insights. So now coming to the point, what is good research? You can see, so these are some of the very standard features of good research. If you do the Google or you use ChatGPT or several other sources, you will find all these features. The first one and the most important is that a good research, it should be grounded in a good research problem. And good research problem is something which is novel, significant, interesting, and feasible. Now, this is important, novel or new. Anything which is not new is not research. Research should essentially be, there should be something new, and there should be something significant, interesting, and eventually whatever you do should be doable or feasible. Second thing is the articulation of conceptual framework of idea into a theoretical premise or hypothesis guided by a sound scientific logic. These two are related, these two are linked to each other. The first one is your core idea, and second one is the articulation of the core idea into a theoretical premise or hypothesis. Now, these two, I consider these two to be the most important points when we talk about good research. Remaining things are, quite obvious, like novelty of the problem can only be demonstrated or established against the existing state of art. And likewise, you have to use appropriate research methodology and systemic approach. So these things are pretty routine, but these two things are very fundamental. A good research problem, which is novel, significant, interesting, and feasible, and the articulation of the core idea into a conceptual premise and hypothesis. These two are most fundamental and most important. So if we go to the next slide, you see, the question is that when we talk about good research, so this is relevant to the researcher, of course, because he or she is doing the work. So to identify a good research problem is very relevant. and thus is equally relevant to the evaluators. So, I mean, how do you define good research? I mean, there is no scale, you cannot quantify this phenomenon. And this is so this question, how good is good or whether good is good enough? If you are investing your time and effort, your intellectual resources, monetary resources into research, you have to ascertain and make sure that what you are doing is actually good enough, not good, good enough. And the same thing is, the same thing is guided, same thing is guides the evaluators. They also have to, whether while accepting a particular research proposal, they also have to be sure that what they are supporting is not just good, it should be good enough. So, to establish these two, this point that the research is good enough, I think again, if we go back to the previous slide, these 2 points are most important. Good research problem and articulation. So, first 2 of them are foundational in nature and largely interrelated, and remaining are mostly functional and largely incidental. So, research problem and its articulation of its conceptual framework and theoretical premise, they are integrated to each other. And once you have these 2 defined with precision and perfection, rest of the job is just a matter of detail. So, quality of research problem eventually zeroes down to the goodness of the research problem and its articulation. The next question is that how to go about it. It's fine that we know that research should be good, not only good, but good enough, but how to make sure that the problem which we identify for ourselves is indeed a good research problem. So I think you'll agree that the only way to establish that is to ask questions. I don't think there is another way to come up with a good research problem other than asking questions and asking a lot of questions, asking difficult questions. So there is some kind of a statistic that typically a 3-4-year-old kind of a child, he or she asks about 390 questions to their parents in a day. I'm sure, I mean, all of you are old enough to have encountered that problem, and that's why life of young parents is always very challenging. Other than the professional demands, they also have to deal with young children who ask 390 questions in a day. As we grow up, we keep on losing that ability. That ability to ask questions keeps on diminishing. And children ask very innovative questions. It's not those, I mean, to us as grown-ups, they may look like very trivial questions, but if you see from the child's perspective, those questions are very creative and very innovative. Say, for example, a very common question which many children ask to their parents or teacher or whosoever is why the sky is blue. Now, isn't it a very, very creative question? Maybe 5-6 decades ago, nobody knew why the sky is blue. Nobody had a scientific answer to why the sky is blue, isn't it? Maybe I think this relay scattering was discovered maybe about 6 decades ago. So it's such a creative question. Now, why we keep on diminishing that ability to ask questions? There could be several reasons for that. One cognitive reasons or psychological reason is that the little knowledge we acquire, more we tend to believe that we know everything. Einstein also made a kind of a quote that the more I know, more I discover how much I know. But for normal people, it works the other way around. The little we know, the more we have a feeling as if we know a lot. This is a psychological barrier. It's a cognitive fallacy. The second thing is, those kind of societal kind of a framework. So when children ask questions, very few parents have the patience to ask. It's difficult, to have the patience to answer 390 questions. So normally parents don't have that kind of a patience. At some point of time, they will give up. They'll just say, go and play, watch TV, something. Even teachers don't have that patience, isn't it? If a particular student asks too many questions, then teachers also get worked up. Such a child who asks too many questions is generally branded as a problematic child. This fellow is problem creator. So in a way, there are the life is stacked in such a manner that we are discouraged to ask questions as we grow up at each step. And eventually there comes a point. So, against those 390 questions, if we ask ourselves, if we look back and contemplate how many questions we have asked ourselves during the last 1 month or 6 months, we will struggle to find even a single question. I'm not talking about those routine kind of a question. I'm talking about the kind of question, like why the sky is blue. And then again, the thing is that if you go to the professional life, so it's not limited to the child or the students, it's also applicable to the teachers. If the teachers start asking too many questions to the management or the principal, then that's also asking for the problem. Because, asking too many questions in a professional setup is seen as challenging the authority. That's very dicey. But the point here is that as a researcher, we have to rediscover that ability, we have to reinvent that ability to ask questions. And what kind of questions we need to ask those kinds? We are not talking about these kind of questions, seeking information. I mean, we do need to ask these kind of questions for a different purpose or for the life to go on. But from the research point of view, we need to ask those kind of questions which technology cannot answer, for which the answer doesn't exist basically. So right questions and proper articulation of the research problem, it becomes a kind of a self-revealing roadmap for answers. So this articulation, earlier also in a couple of slides ago, I talked about the core idea and its articulation into a theoretical premise or conceptual framework. This articulation is something, it organizes your thinking which leads towards the solution. So this idea and its articulation both are equally important. The next thing is the ability to live with questions for sufficient period of time. Normally, if you have questions or if you have problems, then it causes some kind of a psychological discomfort. And there is a tendency to get away with the problem or the question as quickly as possible, even if even at the cost of some kind of a second or third best solution. But the bottom line is that the answers to difficult questions, answers to profound questions don't come in a jiffy. You need to live with them for sufficiently long period of time to be able to come up with the right answer or the best answer. Isn't it? The normal response is that if you have a problem or a question, either you solve it and get over with it, or you put it in the cupboard or bury it under the carpet and forget about it. Now here we are talking about living with a question until the time we come up with the right answer. And what we call as intuition, that may look it's a very glamorized word, intuition is something out of nothing. So, but just think, all of us have been told, we have read those kind of stories as a child. Newton sitting under the apple tree and apple falling down and coming up with theory of gravitation, or Archimedes getting into the bathtub one fine morning and coming up with theory of buoyancy. But why didn't it occur to anybody else? Why did it occur to only Newton and Archimedes? Why? Because those were the guys who had a prepared mind and they were deeply invested in questions. So intuition basically occurs to a mind that is prepared and deeply invested in questions. Because then, in that case, so the answer to those questions, that theory of gravitation, that idea might have occurred to Newton at a spur of the moment, but there was a lot of background to that. He must have been thinking about that issue or the problem day in and day out. He was totally invested in that. There is so actually the thing is that if you are able to find the answer to a problem very quickly, then you must be very skeptical. Probably that question or the problem probably was not the right problem. That was not challenging enough. This statement is again so this statement is again attributed to Einstein, that if I had an hour to solve a problem and my life depended on it, I would spend first 55 minutes in making sure that I'm answering the right question. I'm sure that all of us might have come across this statement. But you see, it's such a profound statement. Einstein is facing a situation where, he's facing a problem on which his life depends. And rather than jumping to conclusion or rather than finding some quick fix solution, he's spending first 55 minutes just to make sure that he's asking the right questions or he's answering the right questions. Now, that's a very good lead for the researchers. What it means is that questioning the question. So the first question itself may not be the best question or the right question. So you have a question, very good, that's a starting point, but continue asking the question itself till you come to a situation where you are 200% sure that this indeed is a good research problem in which I want to invest my intellectual resources, my material resources over a period of next few years. So this is an exercise worth doing, questioning the question. A thumb rule, if you need too many equations, plots, heavy slide deck to explain an idea, chances are that it is not original or exciting enough. All these things may be required for a formal scrutiny amongst the peers as per the scientific procedures. But the point here is that the conceptual framework of a good idea should still be palatable to a common mind, even without the use of them. That's the beauty of it. This is the ultimate beauty. This is kind of an ultimate essay test, and I am sure that 99.99% research probably will not qualify this essay test. It's just to provide the kind of a contrast that what could really be an outstanding research maybe. You see the Newton's law of gravitation and motions, they are taught in primary or secondary kind of standards. Why? Because on one hand they are so profound, but on the other hand they are so simple to explain. Young children can also understand that. The next slide gives some examples and cites some examples of what possibly could be some good research or outstanding research. The first example, actually, the roulette wheel, it relates to social sciences, not as much as natural sciences. So, have you heard of these two gentlemen? Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman, they were both psychologists. And they worked together, they were collaborators. Amos Tversky unfortunately died a little earlier. But Daniel Kahneman passed away just about 6 months ago and he got a Nobel Prize in economics. He's the only psychologist who ever got a prize in economics. And these two people were responsible to introduce the subject or the area which is now called behavioral economics. Behavioral economics is very hot area. And they used to work in human heuristics, how the human mind works, how the people think. So at some point of time, they performed a very simple experiment. What they did, they took a roulette wheel and rigged it in such a way that the needle, whosoever rotates it, the needle will stop either at 10 or 25, 10 or 65. Then they brought in their subjects, each one was asked to rotate the wheel and take the reading. Once everybody has taken their reading, then they were asked a simple question. What is the percentage of African nations in United Nations? Does anybody know that? No, sir? So all these people, those subjects also, none of them knew it. So they were asked to make an informed guess. The findings of the experiments were very revealing. The people who got 10 on the roulette wheel, their average score was 25. Their answer was 25%. And the people who got 65 on the roulette wheel, their average score was 45. Do you see any correlation or a pattern? This is called anchoring. It's a very well-established phenomenon of anchoring. It's very well established in your negotiations and those kind of things. Before that, it was generally people felt that this anchoring works in some way, but by doing this kind of it's such a simple experiment, they had been able to demonstrate very objectively how anchoring works. What it means is that in absence of information or in absence of sufficient information, people get anchored to some random number or some random information. See, if any one of them had knew precisely that X is the percentage of African nations in United Nations, then the anchoring will not come. Same thing happens with the negotiations. The negotiation, you don't know what would be the most, the one party thinks that has its own perspective. Now, if you are talking about buyer-seller kind of a situation, in many situations, the price is revealed only when the negotiation is complete, right? So the seller will have a price, will try to work for a price which is to his advantage. The buyer will try to work to come up with a price to his advantage. And that's how the anchoring works. It is unknown, this what is the right figure which is equally reasonable to both the parties is unknown. So that's where the anchoring works. The other interesting thing is that so it's not only the beauty of the experiment, it's further to highlight the importance of the experiment. This experiment was part of a work which they were able to publish in Nature. The second is these fearless rats. This Joanne Webster was a researcher in Cambridge. So she also performed a very interesting experiment. She created a chamber with 4 compartments, and in each compartment a small bowl with a different liquid was placed, like water, cat urine, rat urine, dog urine. Then the rats were brought in. Now rats are biologically programmed in such a way that they'll try to stay away from anything which has anything to do with the cat. Although they might have never seen a cat in their life, even then they'll have it's a kind of a defense mechanism, which is biologically imprinted into their DNA code. So obviously all those rats, they went all around the chamber in the remaining compartments, but most of them stayed away from the compartment where the cat urine was placed. But there were some rats which found the cat urine to be the most interesting liquid in the entire chamber. Why? These rats were infected by a microorganism called toxoplasma. Have you heard of toxoplasma? You have? No. So toxoplasma is a single-cell microorganism, but its DNA is rather more complicated. It's very innocuous. Actually, half of us, or maybe we might have also been infected by toxoplasma at some point of time, but it doesn't cause much harm. Now, cat's gut is its natural host, where it can reproduce. Remaining all other species are kind of intermittent hosts. So now you see the correlation. Why there were those rats who were infected by toxoplasma were attracted towards cat urine. The inference is that a single-cell microorganism is able to drive a more evolved mammal to go and become the food of its predator, so that toxoplasma can reach its natural host, which is cat's gut. So see that this research should also always be idea-driven. That's the beauty of research. Good research is always idea-driven, the idea behind the research. Those kind of physical kind of efforts, they need to be done in some cases at some point of time, but the real beauty or the real glory of the research is related to the idea behind the research. The next few examples are actually, so these have been actually picked up. I have no direct connection with these two. They were Daniel Kahneman, of course, was a very renowned global laureate. Now, the remaining examples are related to the projects which I have personally handled with at some point of time in my life. I'll narrate a couple of them more. So this microfluidic super adhesives, this was done by, this work was done by a person called Himanshu Patel in IIT Kanpur when he, a few months after joining the department, a young faculty in his late 20s. So you might, all of us know, those, typical example is house lizards, those vertebrates and arthropods. Those biological species which are able to climb the vertical surfaces and without falling down. So it's well understood that they have some kind of a hierarchical structures in their limbs, some kind of a patterns which help them, or which impart adhesion to their limbs to be able to stick to the walls without falling down. What was never investigated was the role of subsurface structures beneath the skin in imparting the adhesion to the limbs. This was never investigated. This fellow proposed to study that. What is the role of subsurface structures? We have a network of all those, blood vessels beneath the skin. And those are kind of a very thin microchannels through which some kind of biological fluids like blood always keep on flowing. So that's what he was trying to investigate. And the findings were revealing. Of course, he mimicked the biological limbs of biological species in the labs and conducted some experiments. The final findings were very revealing. The role of subsurface structures of those microchannels was 30 orders of magnitude more than the role of hierarchical structures. That is attributed to crack arresting properties of microchannels and surface stresses which are caused by the capillary effect. But you see the role of subsurface structures is 30 times more than the hierarchical structures which are visible to the naked eye, which we see. And this work was again published in Science. Just a small, 20 lakh kind of a project, 3-year duration. A young faculty who has just come out of his postdoc and joined as an assistant professor. And such a wonderful work. The next one is flow across flexible surfaces. So Kumran works in IC Bangalore, and he was also a young man. This work is really old, maybe 3 decades old, but he was a young man when he carried out this work, just project less than 10 lakh or something like that in late 80s. So I'm sure that we have some civil and mechanical engineers in this cohort. Are there? So mechanical, civil, chemical engineers. Kumran is a chemical engineer, so we study fluid mechanics, Renault numbers, transitions, laminar, turbulent, those kind of things. So that transition from laminar to turbulent. So normally we try to study fluids across rigid surfaces. This fellow thought of doing these kind of studies across flexible surfaces which are so abundant in nature, including human body. All the time something keeps on flowing, and it's all across flexible surfaces. All our blood vessels are flexible. So he also did some instability analysis. So basically, he was trying to integrate the conventional fluid dynamics with the dynamics of the surface. What is the interaction of the surface with the normal flow? And again, the findings were very revealing. The transition in such cases was found to be at speeds which were up to 1,000 times slower than the conventional speeds. Now, this is also a huge difference, 1,000 times slower than the conventional speeds. And now this is also basic science, which may not have any immediate application. But then the implications may be enormous. It may be, used to drive for designing drugs or, the kind of a biological implants. The implications may be enormous. It may probably evolve over a period of next several decades. So these are some examples, real life examples of good research. Now we just rather quickly we'll try to go through some of the next few slides. So one thing is that what is needed for research. From the individual perspective, you need creativity and passion, which is internal to the researcher. And then of course there are external things like students, peer group, support, funding to support direct cost of the infrastructure. From the institutional perspective, we need intellectual resources, we need monetary resources. So intellectual resources means faculty and students, monetary resources, and some overall support functions within the institution. If we talk about options of funding, then broadly they could be two, either internal or external. And external means, either grant in aid from science funding agencies or sponsored projects from industry. Now, internal funding has its own limitation, even for very well endowed institutions. But at the same time, it is important. I mean, there could be several reasons, like as you can see, provide startup grants to new and young faculty in a rapid mode before they can reach out to external agencies to get the grants. Sorry. Then you have to support and incubate research in nascent areas. Again, before you can establish the basic feasibility and reach out to external agencies. Top-up funding, which at times may be required or asked by the insisted upon by the external agencies. And most importantly, I think, is the demonstration of intent and commitment of research as an institutional entity. External funding of research. So the major portion of research in an institution is always supported through by way of extramural grants or sponsored projects. And conversely, you can say that, at a gross level, you can measure the level of research in an institution in terms of number of projects and the amount of funding it is able to mobilize for itself at any given point of time. Now, this slide provides the overall landscape of science funding opportunities in the country. So you can see there are two broad classes. One, these are the agencies which are generally known as or classified as science agencies. And then there are several other, I just listed 4 of them, but there is a large number of socio-economic ministries. Now, there are differences between these two classes of institutions. So the one thing is about these socio-economic ministries. I mean, although their primary function is something else, they deal with so many other things, but they also have a budget to support R&D activities in their sectoral area. So if you're talking about environment, forest, and climate change, then they will have some money and they are supposed to initiate some R&D programs in areas related to environment, forest, or climate. But there is a problem. There are two problems. One problem is that their resources on the budget is subcritical. It's not very large. Second issue is that they are not organized in a manner. They don't have the skill sets and they don't have the organization structure that they can make use or they can make an optimal use of whatever limited resources are available to them. So that's a limitation, but also even then it's a limited window of opportunity for funding research if the area pertains to your interest. Now coming back to the science agencies, again there are two qualitative differences. One thing is that first three, the DST, SERP, which is now ANRF, and DBT, they are essentially extramural, meaning that a major portion of their overall funding goes to support research in institutions outside their administrative control. So almost, in case of DST, ANRF, and DBT, almost 80% of their funding, 75 to 80% of their funding goes to support research in academic institutions and other institutions outside their direct administrative control. In case of remaining institutions, the situation is totally inverted. Remaining institutions, almost 90% of their funding goes to support research in their own institutions. They are intramural. It's just about 5 to 10% of the overall resources are allocated to support research in outside institutions and academic institutions. So from this character, you can see that the first three are a bigger opportunity of funding for academic institutions. The second difference is that other than DST and ANRF, the remaining institutions are predominantly area specific or sectoral, meaning that DBT will support research only in areas related to life sciences. While as DST and ANRF, they are largely area agnostic. They support research in all areas of science, engineering, and medicine. So that also makes these two a major source of funding or major source of opportunity for academic institutions. Now, if we talk about research grants, so normally funding agencies they have to deal with these two broad paradigms, supporting excellence in scientific research on one hand, but at the same time, overall development of S&T ecosystem, which means that research should not be confined to some limited number of elite institutions. It's spread across a large number of institutions across the country. If we talk about the programs, it's another way, there are certain programs which are perpetual, which remain in place for a long period of time or probably forever. And those programs are basically meant for the general advancement of science and development of ecosystem. On the other hand, there are specific programs or special programs which are more thematic, which are mission oriented, which are more concerned with some, technology oriented programs normally fall in this category. If we talk about type of grant, so normally a funding agency will have a huge portfolio comprising large number of schemes and programs to cater to various cross sections of scientific community. But if you try to look at them in terms of broad character, then you will find that all of them can be broadly classified into these four verticals. There are research grants which are meant to do hardcore research and development, and there are grants which are meant to create sophisticated research infrastructure. There are grants which are meant for scientific networking, events like conference, symposia, workshop, those kind of things. And finally, there are grants for rewards and fees, so reinforcement, fellowships, awards. Now, within the hardcore research grants, again, normally an agency would have some kind of a flagship program. Flagship program, which you are familiar with, a CRG or a KRRF, like CRG is a kind of a flagship program. And this flagship program, normally it forms the core of the overall portfolio of the funding agency in terms of outreach, budgetary allocation, body of mass and visibility of outcome. And it is meant for mainstream faculty and scientists who are reasonably well settled in their profession to take up research that is fairly challenging in terms of significance and impact. So this is the flagship program where there are several modifications of the core flagship program for research grants, like the startup research grant for young scientists. There are grants for capacity building by way of creating core groups and centers of excellence. There are grants for outreach and inclusion, like EMEU scheme of NRF or several women scientists schemes of PhD. They are meant for outreach and inclusion. And lastly, there are some international research grants which could be both bilateral as well as multilateral. Here the idea is to, address those kind of grand challenge problems which require enormous amount of intellectual and material resources. So here the idea is to leverage the resources of various participating agencies to address those grand challenge problems. So what I have talked about is in a very generic sense. So this kind of classification or this kind of nomenclature is very, very universal, across funding agencies. But now Dr. Prasad Raj is going to talk about some of the existing schemes and programs which are currently in place in DST, EBD, ANRF, and some of the other socio-economic.
Yes. Unmute.
Morning again. So the Tayal have already mentioned some of the funding opportunities. We will go in little more detail about some of the major funding agencies where we see some funding opportunities. So I will basically deal with these three major funding agencies, that is Sonda National Research Foundation, the earlier known as Science and Engineering Research Board. The second one is Department of Science and Technology, which is AMR is part of that. And third one is Department of Biotechnology. Since we don't have any biotechnology or life science program, we will skip that, cover the program. So coming to AMRF, National Research Foundation, the flagship program under that is 4 research grant. All of you are eligible to participate in this. So there is no limit on the funding that you require under this particular scheme, but it has to be 3 years, and it is desirable to have a principal co-investigator or co-PA. The call is likely to be issued very soon. Last 2 years there was no call after 2023 February, but very soon you can expect a call, and we are in the position you can participate. The next one is early career research grant for the relatively young faculty. 42 years of age, within 2 years of joining that particular institution. For example, Lendi Institute, you joined last 2 years, but before that, within 2 years especially, you could have sought funding up to a maximum of 60 lakhs for 2 years, 3 years duration. Earlier it used to be 2 years, 30 lakhs, we raised it to 60 lakhs and 3 years duration. And this call was issued sometime in November 25th was the last date. I have come up with applied. The next one is a little big ticket project. We will come out with something new, totally out of our solution, challenge the existing theories, existing hypotheses, which is known as SUPA, that is scientific and useful profound research advance. There is no limit on the grant side like CRG. Usually it is for 3 years, but it can be extended by 2 more years in case some more finished task completing. The next one is inclusive research grant, which is meant for those who belong to SC or ST community. Earlier it used to be known as empowerment equity, and this used to be 50 lakhs again for 3 years, now it is rising to 60 lakhs. And it has an international travel component, including the early career research grant. Within the 3-year duration, you can visit any overseas country, attend a seminar, conference, present a paper, or attend any small duration workshop, etc. Was not the case in the past. The second change that was brought in compared to the earlier scheme was the recurring grant, that is manpower, consumables, travel, and contingency. You can have some flexibility to divert from one head to another head, to the extent possible. Earlier, the possibility was up to 5%. Now we are given little more freedom to use these 4 recurring heads within the budget, of course, but from one head to another head, it may be of the appropriation. So, in the case with early career research, and hopefully CRG also will have similar flexibility. The recurring budget can be transferred from one head to another head, can be allowed. And also they have international travel grant. And it will be called likely to expect. They have been issued by now. For some reason it is delayed to 1 or 2 days. The next one is mathematical impact centric support, not only for mathematicians, but those who apply their project for mathematical centric approach, mathematical oriented, equation, formulas, that can also. It is a small grant. As of now, it is 6 lakh, but the cost is likely to rise. Maybe 1 lakh, if not more. Again, for 3 years duration. But only rider you should have PhD completed 5 years before submission of the proposal. And here you have a lot of flexibility that 2 lakh within annual grant can use it for any purpose, right? Including from international travel in the 3 years. It will be 6 lakh as of now, but maybe 12 lakh. The next one is a little big ticket project. Institution of research, high areas, so time to time, AMRF identifies certain areas, certain thematic areas, which are of current interest or contemporary interest, where you can come up with a big ticket project within your department, your groups, or within the institute, your department, or even outside the department, where sophisticated facilities, implementation can be created using the program of the department. The next one is meant for institutions like this, the issue, State University for Research Excellence. So some of you have submitted proposal like this last call, that was November 2022, unfortunately, sorry, 23, but no decision was taken on that. There is another program similar to that has been launched. So maybe next call sometime, May, June. So it is meant for only state universities or colleges like this, not for IIT, MIT, or any R&D labs. The next one is Teachers Associated for Excellence, Research Excellence Phase. Basically for faculty from institutions like this to work with the senior faculty in premier institutions like IITs, MIT, or centrally funded R&D institutions like DRDO Lab, Energy, Space, CSIR, similar kind of. So you can work with senior faculty typically 90 days in a year, several steps. Weekend, during vacation, if it happens to be nearer to you, maybe half a day or half a day. Schedule here, maybe in the evening also you can go and spend some time. Like NSTL, or Indian Institute of Technology, or Central Tribal University in Vijayanagar, or similar institution, or maybe a Tirupati, a Hyderabad, Madras, or a Bhubaneswar, or a Kharagpur, or maybe a GSC, or some of the DRDO labs in Hyderabad or Bengaluru or Chennai, or similar kind of institutions. So I would urge you, Scholars also encourage some of the faculty to apply these institutions, work with them, and during the process, you do some preliminary work, you facilitate the institution, and also get some small grant of 2.5 lakhs for you within the institute, and 2.5 lakhs for the post wherever you work with the faculty for the project that you will be implementing. So after a year or 2 or maybe 3, you can come up with a better proposal, do some preliminary work, present the results in the proposal. In that way, the proposal certainly will be better than what you may be otherwise formulated now. So in case of IIT Tirupati or IIT Madras or IIT Hyderabad, we can suggest some names provided as with them initially. Since I visited these institutions in a couple of months, so maybe I can request them to hand over to some of the faculty. Indeed, have shown interest. I believe some of them are visiting your institution. I also requested in case of mechanical revision. So we is also keen to come and interact with some of the faculty and students, and likewise some of the faculty. N.M. Murthy, we had other classes collected recently, and Sridhar of computer science. They are quite willing to come and interact with you. During that time, to identify some of the problems, whom you can work, something where you can submit proposal in the day program or consideration of years. So here the age is limited of course 45 years. And as I told you, 90 days in a year, attachment with some of the faculty. So likewise, you can also approach other institutions, but it has to be nearer to your place of work so that you can spend as much time as possible. Could you say Guwahati or Delhi or Mumbai? The cost of travel itself is so high, the algorithm of 60,000 will not suffice for visiting many times. So this algorithm also is likely to be right. It's grant maybe 5 lakh a year as well as we get about 15 lakh research grant as of now, but it may go 30 lakhs 3 years. Besides, at least 1 lakh. So it's again urge you to participate in this program actively, but you want to work with a senior faculty, either associate professor, not professor. Or in case of R&D labs, they have to be scientist E or F1E. So as I told you, I can connect faculty in the IITs. Labs also provided you take initiative in that, you have to take up and come up with some proposal, which is a fantastic. The next one is thematic call time to time ENR has made particular areas. Recently, there was a call under electric vehicle, where you have to work with an industry, where you have to come out with some technology and also promote some technology readiness level of high cost stuff. So time to time, they will make up. So coming to some fellowships, postdoctoral fellowship, that is for the students that they complete PhD here. After completing PhD, they want to finish research. They are not encouraged to put a proposal for submission in the same institution, but they have to go outside the institution where they have done PhD. They have done PhD here, Indian institute cannot post there. Maybe they can go to other institutions. And it is for 2 years, they get about 2 lakh annual grant. Beside the fellowship amount of 80,000. And the institute also, whoever posts there, also gets some amount of overhead from that. When there is research scientist scheme, it is meant for those who, after availing the Inspired Faculty Award, offered by the Department of Science and Technology, or Ramanujan Fellow, again offered by ANR, or Ramalingam Swami Fellowship offered by the Department of Biotechnology, they can continue their research after availing that fellowship. 40 years and fellowship as well as research grant of 7 lakhs. The Abdul Kalam Technology Innovation National Fellowship is mostly meant for technology engineers. The Indian National Academy of Engineering administers this program every year, January and June. They invite proposals. So you get some research grant of 15 lakh per year, typically 3 years, but can be extended to 2 more years. Besides a small amount of fellowship. In order to have some fellowship program overseas, national research experience, which is again for faculty below 45 years of age. So those who have done PhD from institutions within India, not for those who have done PhD or even postdocs outside. So we can avail fellowship of typically 2 to 6 months. We get some fellowship of $1,000 or equivalent. So he's there in America to fix up the medical contingency. And specific to UK, fellowship, Newton Bob International Fellowship, work after PhD. Then whenever you present a paper, presentation in a conference, in a Laurels, probably Laurels, or in a poster presentation, travel support, means to travel to visit the country, the conference is held once in typically 3 years, you can apply for this, and it is usually online submission before 60 days before the event. So likewise, whenever you organize any conference, international, national, regional, or state level conference, you can seek some partial support. It can be something like that, which again has to be submitted 90 days before the data. So coming to mainland Department of Science and Technology, ASRM is totally very agnostic. Any area, whatever is your area, accepting some thematic or accepting some topic. So here certain thematic areas which are active now and stay down here, larger cognitive science research initiatives. Here not only SND faculty, even sociology, psychology staff can participate jointly on the SND community, studying some of the issues related to that. So clean energy research initiative, including carbon capture utilization, renewable technologies, energy storage. Right now, a call is open. So that is M3 technologies. That is mitigation, monitoring, and measuring methane gases. What we can measure them, what we can come out with some solution. Let us see M3 technologies. The last date of submission is 23rd of February. Likewise, there is innovation and entrepreneurship development program to set up the technology incubator within your campus. So this call is also right now open. So the activities locally relevant to this area can be taken up under technology innovation. The Inspire Faculty Award is for those after completing PhD full time, so they can pursue research, fellowship kind of thing. In any institution outside the area where they have done their PhD. Typically for 5 years, they get about 7 lakh annual grant and fellowship of 1.2 lakh. But if they work in private institutions, they are attached to private institutions, fellowship is not allowed. The research grant they can enjoy. In between, they get any regular position, so we can enjoy the research grant for the remainder of the period. Fellowship will be discontinued from the time we can increase some of the PhD students. Usually June, July, Department of Science and Technology invites applications. This is National Geospatial Program. Some of the civil engineers who are civil engineering stream here to geospatial applications. So recently, Government of India started from program to Operation Pronagiri. So it is implemented in 5 districts across the country. So one district happens to be in our district itself, Vijayanagar. So it is implemented by IIT Tirupati, Lendi, visited IIT Tirupati, interacted with faculty, and also interacted with the CEO, Rajendra, and they will be implementing in one district, Vijayanagar, in 5 verticals, 5 areas: agriculture, livelihoods, transportation, infrastructure, and skill development. So what they drones can improve the quality of life, efficiency, about the agriculture improve, will be one of the focus areas and the operation productivity. And so some of the faculty being in the place where the program is being implemented can be part in there, maybe from CSC, maybe from C, civil engineering stream, so that there is an opportunity for them from that area of operation. So some of these faculty will be visiting interaction with the collector and district authorities. So that time I suppose faculty and skill also maybe you are already in touch with them. They take part in the participation. The National Quantum Mission is a recent initiative. So they have created under National Quantum Mission 4 technology hubs. So I Delhi, I Mumbai, I Bangalore, and I Madras. So we can work with them. They help explore in the support of content project. They will make computing, communication, devices. So coming to some technology development activities of the PhD, so R&D infrastructure development, the funds for improvement of infrastructure in SME. Being a college, they will come up with a proposal for submission at level 1. College as a whole, it's the offer and tech program. So whenever the next college issue, did you participate in previous? So our neighbors, MDGR college and GMR IT got funding under this program. So basically to set up some facilities from which you can take up some facilities. So level 1 can be up to 1.5 below, period of 5 years. If you have been a private institution, you have contribute 25%. I'm sure management will be too happy to support the 25% of the grant from the institute. So that way you can set up some facilities, get equipment, and centered around that you can take up some money. The other 3 are after completing successfully this program in makeup. Otherwise, in data, they have the program to train as well as to teach and also technology enabling center. So I don't know whether you were covered or not. Since you have not participated, in this, you have not covered. Otherwise, MDGR college and GMR ID, so they have covered that program. Looking program. Training infrastructure. Not only for the students, alumni, faculty, and facilities. Typically, maybe training, focusing on facilities, what we can using those facilities. Get up or other public institutions. And site heritage research initiatives, so integration of structures, sites, etc., and protection of business languages. And subject for the science and technology for yoga and meditation subject, not only for extended stream, in psychology, linguistics also can participate. The technology development program, manufacturing technology, device and technology development, and waste management, liquid waste, solid waste, or building construction, demolition waste, and hazardous waste. So they don't have a regular frequency, time to time. Then there are 17 technology innovation hubs set up in various IITs. Recently visited and seen the facilities there. They have come forward to support some of the activities centered around the innovation hub. In case of IIT, it is known as Raw Avishkar. They work in geospatial applications. They have already been in touch with them, and Naresh has already come up with proposals, and that way we can take forward. And likewise, maybe in India, which is our tech, they have related to cyber security issues. And IIT Hyderabad known as Tehran, so they work in almost vehicles. And our GMRIT is actually collaborating with IIT Roorkee, the same technology innovation hub, so that we can also participate and take part in some of the meetings. They also support student internship, 4 months, 5 months. They can do part of the project there, and also supporting faculty. Spend some time there, stay, and come up with some proposals. Then also the and finally, water technology initiative. So, this is water, industrial sector, logistic sector, creation of purification technologies related to water, and also desalination. We are very close to the seaport, what we can desalinate. And what way SNT can benefit science society at large through some of the interventions, science technology innovation hub. So there is one hub which is set up in GMRIT, another one taken up by GitHub to tribal area of Gary, so that they can improve the capability, efficiency, or the luxury of some of the people in these areas, the community, not even men. Then also for young scientists who work in society-related programs and scientists key for scientists in this now. So typically 40 lakhs. So coming to some international programs, the DST has a program of cooperation with few countries, countries. So time to time, they invite proposals for submission. From your side, you have submission DST, along with your counterpart. And there are some multilateral agencies between India and 6 countries, or European Union, or Mission Innovation, which is major initiative with India. So likewise, there are 3 bilateral centers in India and France, India and Germany, and Indo business in Japan. So time to time, we invite calls, including sometimes fellowships and other programs. And there are few women-centric programs from EMR, it is power, that is promotion of opportunities for women research. 2 categories. The first category is premier institutions like IITs and IITs and centrally funded institutions, where the fund could be, grant sales could be up to 60 lakhs, whereas the institutions like this, the category up to 30 lakhs. Here again, the grant sales may be increased, 40 lakhs for institutions like this, and maybe 50 lakhs for premier institutions. Likewise, there is fellowship program after done well, implementing successfully the project supported by AMR or EST, and come out with something finding paper, become fellow of many of the academies, to can be nominated for the fellowship. Here you get research grant of 30 lakhs, you can use it for any purpose you like. Likewise, there is a translational grant. While you are implementing a project supported by AMR or EST, you can spend and you have a patent, you can take it to next level, perfect that, transfer to industry, or take it to higher level of ERL. So, and 30 lakhs. There is a mobility program, where part of the program that you are implementing ongoing project, so you can spend some time, 2 months in these countries, do part of the research there. Coming to DST, the Women Scientist scheme is almost 25 years old. Started not for the regular faculty, it is for those after completing BTech or PhD, so they can come up with a proposal. But they should have 1 year gap after completing PhD, or after working for a while, discontinue for any reason. The break happens to 1 year, again they can participate. You can work in any ad hoc position or temporary position, but they should not be a regular position. So that way they can get some grant as well as some fellowship. Then there is a program to work exclusively in some society-related programs. So they get some that grant, some amount of fellowship for so recently there is another program also the similar line. So Society Advancement Fellowship, SAFE. So this is to pursue PhD or fellowship. If you don't have any fellowship from any other funding agency, or CSIR or NET or UGC, so they can seek funding to this typical of the. And for those who have after completing BTech or MTech or PhD, want to pursue career in intellectual property, technology. So the training program are in 5 places: Guwahati, Assam, Delhi, Pune, Bangalore, and Calcutta. So it is typically 11-month training program. 1 month attachment with senior patent attorney. The college still open is implemented by Technology Information Forecasting and Assessment Council. So some of your students are completing BTech, they are interested. It's a free training. On top of that, they also get some fellowship amount of depending on their qualification. Then there is a leadership program, which is women which take for our opinion, studying scientific science and innovation. So this all is open around the year. We give 2 categories. One is for those who are from public funded institutions on the verge of retirement or even after retirement of the 62. And the other one is for those who are in regular service or private institutions, the age of 35 to 62. So in addition to fellowship, you also get annual grant of 5 lakh per year, plus environmental research associate regulation. And under the Indo-German SND centers, so this program is Pfizer, so it is a 3-year program where you work typically a month every year. You are German scientist, German collaborator, and get about 39 grants for implementing. So on the similar line, Indo-Phil Center also offers similar program to scientists. So postdoc fellowship, and also visiting and mobility program for faculty like you to spend some time with friends. So DBT I'll skip for want of time since you don't have any great technology or like history. So, some of the other funding agencies, usually medical order, ICR, but you have to work with any of the agricultural scientists, if you are based on Janaka or any agricultural university or any other establishment within the college, you have a difference in engineering or difference in science. So kindly bear in mind. The Department of Atomic Energy has four major programs, PRMS, except in nuclear sciences. If you have worked with one of the scientists of any of nuclear establishment. So in Achutapur BRs is coming up in a big way. Besides that, the Bhumi Baba Institute of National Institute, University, and the Department of Atomic Energy is relocating to Visakhapatnam. Interact with them and take up some of the programs related to sciences. In addition to that, they have a program for mathematician, National Board of Mathematics. There they don't have work with any. Third one they have is the AR and XR. Those who want to pursue research in engineering streams, nuclear engineering, nuclear physics, and other related branches. They conduct written tests usually in June every year. Students who have been interested. And who are complete PhD, typically 4 years. Generally, they are considered as within nuclear institutions, civil institutions. They can see. Then we shall I skip that. Chemicals and fertilizer to Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. Last 2 years they were issued any earlier EST itself used to handle this program. Drug and pharmaceutical program. Ministry of Coal, the mining issues related to that. In the May of June, they issue call. The Ministry of Defense and the Drug Research and Development are here to 38 labs in hospitality and the labs. Within the thing, they have also another center. We are doing industry academia cell in some of the IITs and other big institutions. This one was in Hyderabad, Madras, ESC. Contact the director in charge of the DISL. In case of Meta is known as Technology Center of Excellence. So it is headed by Underbogan, who used to be director of MSDA earlier in the DISL. So they can come and invite you and interact with them. Support your work with any of the DISL. In addition to that, they have more verticals. Government Research Board, Aeronautical Research and Development Board, Naval Research Board, and Life Sciences Board. So if it is up to certain level, say up to 10 lakhs, the director of the lab himself or herself can sanction, where you don't have to necessarily work with the DRDO lab. Beyond that, it has to go through any of these more verticals or through DISL. The Ministry of Earth Sciences is really part of BST. Their focus is mostly on atmospheric science. The Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has participated in this CE, related fields, industrial electronics, the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, prevent that, and what the climate change is affecting. Ministry of Food Processing Industries, here again, they have not issued any law last 3 years. Earlier, it used to be handled by the Tayal CRP, so but now they have their own. Recently revised the guidelines. You can see during setting up of new technology park. So, Tirupati will be having one similar facility very soon. Supported by Ministry of Health and Development. The Ministry of Jal Shakti, they have two departments, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation. They are working only in rural areas, not areas, some native treatment systems and better sanitary facilities for sanitary related activities. The other one is Department of Water Resources, River Rejuvenation, and the Ganga cleaning, including Godavari cleaning, which is also supported now. The Ministry of Mines, Ministry of Coal, Mines and Ministry of State used to be single entity till 4 5 years ago. So they are, mining practices and other issues related to coal mining or other roads and the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy is mostly solar. Hydrogen is a major focus area. Hydrogen is still local, state. But you have to work with industry, coming up with the model or prototype, demonstrate it, speed, and also other areas related to the The Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas through their Center for High Technology work with any of the petroleum companies, refinery, ONGC, HPCL, those neighborhood and jointly come up with the proposal. The Ministry of Power, it is the Central Power Research Institute, CPRI, they last 2 3 years again, they are very active in working with the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways and Rural Development, Panchayat Raj support private institutions. But recently, when we visited Tirupati, we interacted with some of faculty in civil engineering where they have major projects. They are expected to work with you and provide facilities, students, and faculty, and take up some part-time facilities they have created in IIT. Finally, Department of Space to get research organized their program for response. Here again, you have to work with any of the space technology. Be it that remote sensing center, battery, bigger program range, law center, or Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, like scientists jointly come up with the proposal among the scientists concerned. Finally, the Ministry of State, so they focus mostly either in state and related fields. Again, they also work on mostly. Whenever a call is issued by these funding agencies, we will be sending call details to some others, and we will be sharing with you in various kind of evidence, your area of expertise. In addition to that, there are other agencies like the ACT, again, active for the last 3 years, major program of 3 years and more, we already participated in the repeat program. We have not been innovating any program. But we support some faculty development program, international travel support, 50% of the travel cost is support to the faculty from the ACT. CSIR, they have now grant. In UGC again, they have not been innovating any proposals under the flagship program, the research project, for 7 years. So 16 onwards. So we also have travel in Autonomous College, UGC. So I skip since we don't have any social scientists. So whenever there is any call issued, I told you I will be sharing with if there is any clarification needed, we will call issued by the rating agency. And pass through this area every time. Thank you so very much. Send a mail to me. Thank you.
Okay. 10 minutes, exactly 10 minutes. Okay, we have active schedule for the entire day. Come back. Okay, 11:50. Again.
So now let's move further on. So in the next session, we are going to look at two things. So now we have talked about some of the general things about the research. Now we'll get on to the actual proposal activities related to the research proposal. So the first thing is to write the proposal, and the second thing is that the proposal gets evaluated by people. That's the normal flow of the process, but we'll reverse it. We'll first see how the proposal is going to be looked at by others, because that will provide us some, if we know exactly how people will, what kind of things they will look for, then we'll be better prepared. That will provide some additional information to us for writing the proposal itself. So the next step is we'll look at the process of evaluation, how these proposals are getting seen by others. So if we talk about the assessment of scientific quality of research, then these could possibly be, these four parameters could be important. First thing is the novelty of the idea. First and foremost, this is the most important thing. Anything which is not new is not research. And when we talk about something being new, we are talking in a very fundamental sense. It should be conceptually new. Right, I'll give you an example. Supposing, it's a related kind of an example. If you talk about those, those aggregators, cab aggregators, Uber is new, Flipkart is not new. I mean, saying that, Flipkart is new in India, is a new, this conceptually is nothing new. Amazon is new. Sorry, Amazon is new, Flipkart is not new, Uber is new, Ola is not new. So, but when we talk about novelty or the newness in research, it should be new in a very conceptual sense. A minor tinkering here and there, like, holding your ear like this or like, this is not new. Second thing is the significance and the utility. The work should be relevant and it should be based on a non-trivial question and its formulation in the framework of the subject. And it should have some kind of an impact in the development and progress of scientific knowledge. The next thing is of feasibility. The methodology should be appropriate to answer the question, corroborated by theoretical or empirical arguments. The point is that the final outcome of the research will come only after the research is done. But the evaluators have to make or take a call even before the work starts, isn't it? They have to kind of come to some kind of a conclusion whether this makes sense or not. So what is meant here is that the methodology which you propose, it should look appropriate to answer the question, which can be established or corroborated by some kind of a theoretical or empirical argument. And finally, it's about the credibility of the researcher in the sense that he or she should have sufficient background and appropriate knowledge of the domain and necessary skills to apply the methodology. These are typical steps which are involved in the process of selection. So there is some kind of a preliminary examination to establish the adequacy of the documentation. The documentation is complete with all the information. Then the next thing is plagiarism check, which is very important. So from the ethical, this is a strong ethical issue which has acquired a lot of importance of late. So anything which fails the plagiarism check, then probably is turned down at that stage itself. Then these proposals are subjected for some kind of a peer review. Peer reviewers are, hardcore domain experts, and this is more of an individual evaluation. This is an individual evaluation by the concerned domain experts, and many a times the findings of the peer review is used for initial screening. Sometimes they are used to come up with a final decision also. I mean, it depends upon the specific scheme or requirements of the scheme. The next step or another step is evaluation by an expert committee. So this is kind of a collective evaluation. Peer review is an individual evaluation by different people. Evaluation by the expert committee is a collective evaluation by a group of people who are expert in that particular area. And this may also be followed by in-person presentation. So the evaluation, this expert committee can look at the research proposal, either only the documentation or the project document, or in addition to the document, the researcher may be invited to come and personally present and defend his or her project. And there could be another step involved in case of very big projects or very complicated and complex projects, appraisal by an apex committee. And once all these things are done, then the final decision on the project is complete in technical terms, which is followed by again some kind of financial and administrative approval. Now, mode of appraisal, so any one or a combination of the following in different ways. There are two broad tools. Peer review by domain experts, as I mentioned earlier, this is an individual evaluation. And then evaluation by a committee of experts. So this is a kind of a collective evaluation of a proposal. This could be either based on proposal document itself plus and or reviews. And this may also involve a personal presentation, which also includes some kind of a discussion. So normal appraisal process, a typical appraisal process is designed using these two tools in different combinations, depending upon the specific requirements of the scheme. So depending upon the specific nature of the program and desired outcome, like, for example, how number of submissions, nature of projects, rigor of scrutiny, speed of delivery. Sometimes you want to evaluate large number of small value projects in the rapid mode, but where the speed of delivery becomes important, then you pick up any one of these two. How you design the specific evaluation process using these two broad tools. So coming back to again evaluation parameters. So first thing as we have been mentioning and reiterating again and again. First and most important thing is the novelty and significance of the research problem. Now, this is very universal. This is very universal and applicable across all the schemes, programs, funding agencies in India, abroad, anywhere. It's a very fundamental requirement. Novelty and significance. So that means that if you talk about basic research, whether and to what extent proposed work is likely to contribute to existing knowledge base, and if you are talking about applied research, then what is the potential and specific value addition in terms of present state of development or over and above the present state of development. So this is as I said, it's a very fundamental requirement. You can call it a level 1 requirement also. Then this is followed by level 2. There could be some additional requirements. So alignment and compliance to call for proposal means that some specific requirements which are very specific to a particular scheme. Those are stated in the call for proposal document. This is a very universal and implicit requirement. I mean, not all the time somebody will say that your research should be novel. This is implied. This is a very fundamental requirement. But additional requirements are normally specified in the call for proposal document. Those are your additional requirements or level 2 requirements. Third thing is the competence of the investigator with respect to proposed research. And finally, what is expected, what could possibly be the expected deliverables? It would be by way of publications, patents, process, product, or technology. Anyone or a combination of all these things. Then the next step is the budget, which should be commensurate with the proposed work. And finally, it is ensured that the logistics and administrative arrangements are in place by way of institutional support, because the proposal will eventually be implemented within the overall framework of post-institution. These are the things which are looked at. First thing is your proposal document, which gives a lot of information. It talks about the research problem. It talks about the biodata and publication record of the investigators. It talks about the performance of earlier projects, if it is applicable, and finally it gives information about the budget. Then the next item is peer review reports. So if this proposal is subjected to individual peer review, those reports will be available. So that is also considered. Next thing is rebuttal. Rebuttal is basically a formal response of the researchers to the concerns and observations made by the reviewers. This is always not applicable. A formal rebuttal is not always applicable. It normally is used in case of, again, very big projects. But for the sake of understanding it, we should understand what it means. And this is followed by personal presentation, which again may or may not be involved. But if assuming it is involved, so all this information is factored in the final decision. What is contained what is looked at is the proposal document, then peer reports, the rebuttal if it is applicable and available, and finally the findings of the during the personal presentation. So all these things are factored in the final decision making. So once the proposal is technically accepted, some kind of interim decision is communicated, and some additional documents are called for, like quotations for equipment, salary norms of project staff. And these things are required to finalize and freeze the budget and seek financial and administrative approvals. Once all these things are done, then a formal letter is issued, the money is released, and it's the time to get going. So that was the process part, how the research proposals are handled once you submit them to the funding agency, what kind of people are involved, in what way they look at the proposal, and what kind of information they are worried about. Now we come to the writing part. So normally the funding agencies, each funding agency follows a different template for submitting the proposal. And many a times the same funding agency may also prescribe a different template for different schemes and programs. The idea there is that the template is designed according to the information which you require for the purpose of decision making. So different templates may be there, but these are some of the very common features, common elements of a typical template. research proposal template. The executive summary, the review of state of art, objectives, research plan and methodology, key milestones and timelines, research outcomes and deliverables, biodata, which deals with the competence part, and performance deals with the credibility part, and finally the references. So if we talk a little bit about these items, the executive summary is a snapshot of the complete proposal, which gives reader a fairly good idea about proposed research without necessarily having to go through the entire document. It doesn't mean that the document is not read, but the way you should write the executive summary should be such that as if there is no need to read the next rest of the document. Review of state of art, which connects the research problem and establishes its relevance and significance. Objectives are the central theme or the core of the research proposal, which spell out the research problem concisely and precisely. Research plan and methodology prescribes the roadmap of how things will be done. Milestones and timelines are important for the purpose of both internal as well as external accountability. Research outcomes and key deliverables are indicators to establish the importance, significance, and impact of research, and they also serve as a benchmark to assess the final performance of the research outcome. Biodata of the research team, as I said, this deals with the competence part, and performance of an outcome of earlier project deals with the credibility part, and finally citation of references demonstrates the extent to which the literature review has been carried on. So the most important thing here is the identification of the research problem. This is the most important part of the research proposal. The rest of the things is just a matter of detailing. So this is the research problem and the core idea behind the research, and then breaking it down to the precise objectives. There is a strong connect. Your research problem is a broad philosophical expression of what you are proposing to do, and your objectives are basically the specific action points 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to do this, and then which means that 1, 2, and 3. So out of all those elements which we talk about, the common elements which are a part of any project template, these 3 probably are most important. We'll talk about each one of them in a little bit more in detail. So executive summary, as I mentioned earlier, is a concise snapshot of the entire proposal. It should be articulated and crafted in a thoughtful and coherent manner in about a single page. Should start with an overview, narrow down to proposed research problem and objectives, and conclude with research outcome, deliverables, and their impact. Normally, if you are talking about online submissions, then the template will specify either restrict the content by way of either number of words or pages or whatever. But even otherwise, even if there is no restriction, most of the cases, something like 1 page we should never exceed 1 page. As the name suggests, summary means executive summary. It should look like a summary. If you write executive summary running into half a dozen pages or 10 pages, then it loses its meaning. So that's more. It's just an extension of the previous slide. So it starts with the overview and background of the state of art in the area, including highlighting some of the unresolved issues in their significance. Now that becomes the starting point for your own research problem. The first is this activity leads to your own research problem. So there is a direct connect between each steps. One leads to another. So obviously, this one of these unresolved issues or few of these unresolved issues becomes the motivation for your own research. So here we talk about your own research problem and then breaking it down into specific objectives. Third thing is the methodology, basically what you are going to do and how you are going to do. And lastly is the outcome and deliverables and their impact and significance. So this broadly, these are the 4 kind of a broad compartments around which your executive summary should be articulated. Starting a small paragraph on overview and background of the state of art, including unresolved issues. Then leading to your own research problem and objectives. methodology, that how you are going to do what you are proposing to do, and finally what's going to be the outcome and what will be the impact, what will be its impact and significance. Now, two things are there involved. When we talk about the executive summary, it says why it is important. It is important because it is the first thing which anybody is going to read in the document. Isn't it? If it is a book, the preamble is first thing which we read. So likewise, executive summary is the first thing is somebody is going to read. And this is also a kind of a cognitive bias that, human beings are very quick to make a judgment. And once we make a judgment, we are very difficult or we are very stubborn, we are very hard to change our opinion. So first thing out, there is another saying that first impression is the last impact. So the point here is that the first thing first is if somebody reads, he is going to form some kind of an opinion about the proposal. And the rest of the document is going to be read through that perception, even without his mind. It's a kind of a cognitive bias. So it's important. It's very important that the executive summary is important. The second thing is that it is not easy. It's not an easy thing. It's difficult. There was another experiment. I'll ask you a question. You see, there is a bat and there is a ball. Both of them cost 110 rupees. Bat costs 100 rupees more than the ball. What is the cost of the ball? No. It's not 10 rupees. It's not 10 rupees. What's the right answer? The bat is 105 and the ball is 5. Now, the normal tendency while answering this kind of a question, now since this question was also asked to MIT students, and probably 70% or 80% get the wrong answer. Not because the problem is per se very complicated and difficult, but at the same time it's not so easy also. It's not so easy. As easy as you spontaneously, you still have to think a little bit. See, if you write x plus y is equal to this, x minus y is equal to this, it becomes very simple. I mean, this is such a simple problem, you can do some mental calculations, but the normal tendency is not to do that. Normal tendency, this is called, this again, that Daniel Kahneman, those two gentlemen, they came up with these kind of, they did these kind of studies that how the mind thinks, how the human mind functions, human brain functions. They call it type 1 and type 2 thinking. Type 1 thinking is instinctive, which we most of the time in our life during the day we use. Type 2 thinking is upward. So this is also executive summary is also an upward job. It's always a challenge to compress the information of 50 pages into one page without sacrificing on the core content or something which is going to make an impact. Is always a challenging job. Apparently, I mean, in normal course, it may appear writing 50 pages is more challenging than writing one page. But in real, going by the context, probably you may end up spending more time in writing that one page executive summary than writing the rest of the document. I'm just trying to highlight or emphasize the point that this is an effortful activity which requires thinking and effort. But because it is important, that effort is worth making. Then we come to the objectives. So objectives are the central core of the research proposal which translate the philosophical expression of the research problem into specific action points. They serve as a benchmark to assess the success with reference to them. So they become kind of a permanent reference for the research. They should be expressed in telegraphic form or bullets without the use of lengthy paragraphs, and they should be precise, focused, and limited in numbers, anything from 3 to 5. For most of the individual projects, 3 to 5 is a good number. We should never exceed 5. There could be situations, very large projects, network projects involving several institutions, multiple PIs, different expertise domain. In those cases, maybe those are outliers. They have to deal the issue differently. But in most of the 99% individual projects, you should restrict the number of objectives to just 3 to 5. Here, lesser the better is the right approach than more the merrier. So there is no point in having 20 objectives written as a prose and running into several projects. It indicates diffuse character of research. It indicates lack of clarity and focus on limited number of specific and most significant issues. And it amounts to proposal being spread all over the place without any sense of prioritization. So these are some of the very common observations of the reviewers or evaluators in a large number of research proposals. Research is diffuse, there are too many objectives, there is no sense of priority. These are very common observations in large number of cases. And here the idea is that, I mean, you should focus on limited number of things in sufficient depth. Science or research means going into the depth, not spreading all over the place. So here, lesser number of objectives, try to do limited number of things, or less number of things, and try to go into the depth rather than spreading yourself. Outcome of research should be, so deliverables, then we come to the deliverable part. So brief description and about the impact of research outcomes in terms of either new science or application potential to highlight the significance and relevance of research in qualitative terms. And in quantitative terms, what you expect out of it. I mean, will you be publishing papers or filing patents, or there is a possibility of technology transfer? So anyone or a combination of them. So this is a kind of a suggestive process flow diagram, assuming that somebody is starting from the scratch. So the first step is the comprehensive review of state of art. While you read through the literature, you will also come across various gaps and unresolved issues. And also parallelly, you keep on doing some kind of a assessment of their relative merit in terms of impact. And once you have done it for sufficient period of time, then you come to a point where you need to sit down or give some kind of a assessment, a prioritization of the specific issues, keeping in mind the respective impact, difficulty level, challenges involved, and the feasibility of resolving them with respect to your own interest and the resources at your disposal. And once you have done all these things, then you are ready with the first cut of your research problem. So this is a time when you kind of try to write down your research problem. So conceptualization of the core idea and formulation of specific research problem around select issues. Break it down to specific objectives. And then once you have done this exercise, then so initially this is an open-ended, little bit open. This kind of literature review is open-ended. But once you have a research problem, there is another opportunity to go back to the literature to validate what you have identified as your research problem. The other way is that if you are already working in a particular area and clearly have a fairly good idea about the state of art and some rough idea about your research problem, then that itself can become the starting point. So you already have some research problem. Now with that research problem and objectives, again go back to the literature and validate your research problem to make sure that yes, indeed, it is a good research problem and I would like to take it forward. And finally, make some kind of an assessment that in what way this is going to have to, the existing state of knowledge and what kind of it lead to what kind of applications. Once you have the research problem, then it's time to work on the research plan and methodology. So work out the details of how research will be carried out to address the research problem and realize the stated objectives by way of preparing an activity flow chart together with timelines for each activity. So, and then conceptualize the design of experimental setups, for characterization techniques, analytical tools and software to generate relevant data and its analysis. And finally, make an assessment about the resources which may be required to do the research, including manpower, permanent equipment, software, consumables, travels, and their corresponding costs. So here is a question of breaking the entire activity into smaller segments, so that and the timelines for each segment. So if you do that, then probably your assessment about the timelines will be more realistic as compared to if you do some kind of a top of the mind kind of an assessment that look for doing this research other way is that you break down, for doing this research, these are the sub-activities, and each sub-activity, how much time will it take, and then add them together, that will be a more realistic estimate. So eventually, your estimate for both timelines as well as the resources of the budget should be as reasonable or as realistic as possible. It should not be way off the mark. Once you have done that, that is time to write the proposal document. So put together all information and write the proposal in a coherent manner, following template prescribed by the funding agency for relevant scheme. Write the script of document in a flowing manner with proper connect from one section to another. Follow the standard rules of code writing, which is quite obvious, but often we tend to ignore that. And lastly, it is a matter of, again, de-validation, revalidating the document, which could be done yourself, or if possible, it could be a third-party validation also by your colleagues, peer, or mentor, whosoever it may be. Any questions? Any questions about this session or the previous sessions or anything? I mean, general questions. No, see, Amazon was original. Flipkart was a clone. Amazon had novelty because this was the first time. This was conceptually it was a new idea. This e-commerce or online shopping. Flipkart, they just replicated the Amazon model in India. So Amazon was original, Flipkart was a clone. So what I'm saying is that whatever when we talk about the novelty of research, it should be conceptually new. When you say that somebody has done something in America, but I am doing it for the first time in India, that is not new. When it comes to research, it is not new. Or even, certain things are done in a particular way. Now, even you take this, this kind of a thing. This general concept of aggregation, this itself, if you apply, supposing you have this Uber and Ola. Now, the same concept is now being, there are aggregators in ambulances, medical services. Now, conceptually, it is not, for business is fine. They will also earn profit. They will make a business out of it. That's okay. But from the research point of view, this is not conceptually different. So that's the idea. So now we'll move on to the first hands-on session. And next one, this list is final, right?
Yes, sir.
So, which you have sent to me. So we have 26 people as per the list, and we have split all of you into 4 groups. So this is a group activity. It's not an individual activity. All people within the group have to sit together and work on it. The job is to do these 2 things: write a statement of research problem and split it into 3 objectives. So the title of the project, a statement of research problem, which is, as we have seen, is a kind of a philosophical or broad expression of intent of what we want to do. And objectives are specific action points. So one objective is basically originate from your statement of research problem. Just about a slide. The title of the project, then the statement of research problem is just 2, 3, 4 sentences, and 3 bullets by way of specific objectives. Right? So any question about that? Yeah.
Actually, the research should be novel. The work should be novel. Problem should be novel. While submitting a proposal, we should submit the number of publications which I have done on the area itself, or the patents which I have done on the area itself. So I'm saying that there is a connectivity between the work which I have already idea and continuous to this is the problem. Then there is a connection between the stated research problem and already my experience. And then how it is a problem?
So, see, you are not going to you are not going to repeat what you have already done. You will do something new. You will do something new. You will not repeat what you have already done.
Yes, sir. Actually, as you
See,
said in the example,
there is a
answer-
difference. You know, there's repeating or replicating something is one thing, but doing something and trying to establish a correlation. So here, what is meant is that what you are proposing to do, there has to be some kind of a correlation with your existing background. See, supposing you are working in the area of analytical chemistry and you propose to do something astrophysics, that's not possible. But in the area of astrophysics itself, your background, you have been working in the area of astrophysics, but there could be a different problem which you propose to investigate in future. So what is meant is there, I think your issue is that on one hand you ask that your background should be connected to what you are doing. On the other hand, if that be the case, how will the novelty come? No, there is no conflict. There is no conflict. The problem is, it still has to be something novel.
It's the same problem, existing problem.
No,
With
no.
a novel idea,
It's not, it's a different problem. How can you state the same problem? Same problem, idea, same thing. You are differentiating idea from the problem.
so water purification is the problem. Extraction and the extraction of
Water purification is a very broad area.
Yeah.
It's a very broad area. Problem could be very specific, that which within that broad area, what is specific problem you are going to address, whether it is arsenic, whether it is fluoride, whether it is biological contamination, E. coli, those could be specific problems. So supposing you are working in the area of water purification or water treatment with specific reference to biological contamination, this is a very broad reference. This is your reference. But the specific problem which you are going to address or resolve, that's your new research. That should be known. That is something which either not only you, but nobody should have addressed that problem or resolved that problem before.
That will be known by literature review, whether the problem is already there.
That will be known by literature review, whether that problem, somebody has already worked on that problem, whether that problem has already been resolved. Makes sense? Fine. So, yeah, any other questions? So, 4 groups, there is no objective in there. You have about half an hour for doing this exercise. So, that means around 12, 20
My relevant office, especially if we have proposing on new algorithms nowadays, I'm trying to compare the existing to algorithms by NK. So finally, I'm trying to derive from one more objective for comparison analysis of these 3. Does it consider objective?
He says, you already have one particular algorithm X. You should compare 2 other algorithms by NK. Which there is no objective.
No, this is seen as a very routine kind of question. Unless you come up with your own new algorithms, which is superior to the existing state of art, that is a novelty. But if you just say, I'll pick up 3 different algorithms, or I'll pick up 1 algorithm and compare it with remaining 2 or 3, or I'll make a comparison amongst the existing algorithms which are available, that's a scientific study. I'm not denying that, but it's not good research. So once we have these kind of hands-on sessions, these points will become even more. So
Divided into 4 groups, so half an hour, put it in the form of a file which can be projected and all of us can see. Half an hour from now, so around 20, please be ready with your file. Dr. Rajiv will collect it and get that. Divided into 4 groups. Group A, Dr. Santosh. Just right there. Just speak up this. Dr. Rajshekar. Dr. Shrikar. Dr. Hemant, Dr. Lendi, Dr. Gautam. So you 4 plus 2 years, 6. 6. six are one group, one seat together, you take the one particular problem, and come out with one single thing. One seat. You can now get into these things. In second group, group B. The Satyanarayana, Dr. Ramchandra Rao, Mr. Sanjay, Mr. Satish,
Yes, sir.
Dr. Rahman, okay. Dr. Varaprasad,
Yes, sir.
finally Dr. Nagesh. You six are again group two. In group C, Dr. Pujari, Dr. Raviteja, Nabika, Dr. Kudeshwar,
Yes, sir.
Dr. Anil Kumar, and Dr. Acharya. So you, Jagannath, sorry, one more, Dr. Balakrishna, you seven are in group C. And finally last group, group D, Dr. Acharya, Dr. Janaki, Dr. Pravesh Kumar Yadav, Dr. Konslan, Dr. B. Gopal, and Dr. Kumar. So you are in group D. So all of you can sit together.
Laptop ఒకటి పెట్టుకొని చుట్టూ ఒక laptop ఉంచేయండి. So this is my tutorial now. When you make a
Compulsory, no problem.
Please put your file name as group number A or B or something. By using And also leadership even better. Less than 20 minutes.
Sir, PPT is on.
Usually, specified. You don't remember the say anything about timing. Group B, right? This is not concealed which is called present control which is helium money is a argon gas. So 10 minutes and less than 10 minutes. What else is there? Need our time to just time. So lunch is at 1 o'clock and 1:40 can take 40 minutes. Lunch at 1:40. Mobiles లో పైసా ఆపేది మొబైల్స్ రెడీ అయితే నాకు ఇచ్చేయండి
Almost done. Treatment.
Then ready out it, we'll be telling group mail function. Mail change, group mail.
So the same one is
So, time is up. So,
Last half an hour, but now it will be. Just go around.
Yes, I took the picture from your photos. Space applications. Yes, yes, yes. Strength of parameters. Okay. Where is another one? This one. That is B. Yes. Where is C?
So let's review all these. The output of these hands-on sessions for each group. We half an hour or so we'll just try to review. We look at them and then from our side we'll whatever observations we'll have we'll share with all of you. So the first, this is group A, autonomous and early detection of RPE-based cardiac ailment system. PPG, sorry. Research problem, traditional methods of cardiac ailment detection are less reliable for earlier autonomous detection. Simple signal morphology can be attained with PPG, realization of early detection of cardiovascular disease on basis of PPG, future extraction. Feature override. Feature. But it's written as future, right? See, I'm an old person, so I was validating my eyesight. And development of portable and computationally less intensive cardiac ailment. Yes, sir. Speak loudly so that not only here but people sitting remotely can also.
Actually, previously.
Implies that traditional electrode system is eliminated. We are directly using an oximeter here, and we are connecting it to the mobile system which we have. Wherever only like or the person is wearing that.
So directly better in the EPC.
Reachment is
Rather than oximeter.
rather than ECG, traditional ECG.
Then oximeter.
Oximeter is a one kind of wearable device.
We are going to draw the PPG signal through the oximeter. Now, first of all, tell me, for my understanding, what is the full form of PPG
Photo final plus monitor.
and PPG?
It's PPG also, biostatistics.
Now, so first of all, the presentation of the structure of the presentation is very good. Just one slide, very crisp. Title, research problem, and objective. So, totally mapping the kind of briefing which was given. Normally, if you tell people one slide, you come up with 4 slides. Now, but then, see, title is fine, autonomous and early detection of PPG-based cardiac ailment system. Research problem, as this doesn't look like research problem. This is kind of background or introduction or the motivation for research. That these are the issues, these are the problems. So the research problem should have been stated or articulated in a very different manner. Which this could possibly be, research problems should sound like so before we come to the research problem, let's go to the objectives and some of the other things. Simple signal. Now again, the objectives also they have not come out properly. It's like a simple signal morphology can be attained with PPG. This doesn't like or this looks like a prophecy. This doesn't look like an objective. Objective is something which which is applicable to me. I am going to do it. This looks like a kind of as if you are telling somebody that look simple and signal morphology can be attained with PPG. Realization of early detection of cardiovascular disease or the PPG feature extraction. Early detection of cardiovascular PPG. Okay. This looks okay. Development of portable and computationally less intensive cardiac. This is also okay. Now the problem is that other than what we have said, like research problem has to be re-articulated. The second thing is that this objective, and now the question is that so this is a problem of feature extraction, signal processing or feature extraction or both of them. Right. So signal processing, feature extraction, and ultimately classification. Now, that oximeter signal, this PPG, you get a PPG signal from oximeter. So what kind of information it gives? I mean, so how will that be translated into the, how will that be translated into, I mean, how will that be correlated to the health of the heart? How will that happen? Will not that be a very indirect signal and will that give the right kind of information? See, one thing is that ECG signal, ECG such is a very non-conclusive test. And ECG gives information about the cardiac system in a particular moment. You understand? So if I'm having a real heart problem right now, then it will be reflected in ECG. But if there is a perpetual kind of a problem, then you have to go for some other kind of test. If there is a blockage or malfunctioning of valve and those kind of things, then ECG has very limited utility. So ECG is a very primitive test, and still it is done, but then it gives very limited information. So the thing is that the things like blood volume and those kind of things. I'm not. I mean, of course, I'm not. I don't feel. I don't. I have some kind of feeling this could not be a very reliable kind of a test. Those two things are there. First of all, I mean, you are proposing it as a replacement of ECG, as a substitute of ECG. So one question is that whether it could be a replacement of ECG. The second question and a more holistic question is that, in an absolute sense, if you are just limiting yourself to ECG, that's one thing. Another thing is that could it be a better indicator of the heart health as compared to the ECG? So what gives you the confidence that this will give you the desired information equivalent to ECG in order to be seen as a replacement of ECG? Have you worked in this area before, or have you done some kind of a? Did you consult some cardiologists? But that's a good idea. If you're working on this kind of a problem, then it would be a good idea to at least some kind of a discussion. If right now you're restricting yourself only to the situation where you find that the feature extraction with ECG signal is more problematic, and hence you are using something else. But for working on these kind of applied problems, it's always good to have a discussion with the people at the user end. Second, and even more fundamental issue is that this is kind of an applied problem which will have very limited scope for funding in terms of various schemes available. You'll have to look for some very niche scheme. Would it be possible? So you see, your focus is signal processing, feature extraction, and classification. Now, would it be possible for you to pick up any one of them and come up with a better technique, improved technique related to any one of them? If you do that, it becomes a science-oriented proposal. This is more of an application development proposal. You are using the existing knowledge of these three domains and integrating them to come up with a solution for some kind of a problem. If you follow this approach, fine. But then one thing is that your choice will be restricted to very limited number of schemes who support this kind of a work, because the science is not very prominent in this kind of a work. Second thing is that if you pursue this kind of a work, you need to collaborate with somebody who is at the user end, the cardiologists, the doctors. And third and even more important thing is that if you want to take, say, for applied research, is important that you should have some kind of a plan or have some kind of a plan and a roadmap for it to take to the end user. Commercialization, basically, what it means. If you do applied research and eventually it is not commercialized, then what is the so these are the kind of challenges, three challenges which I have pointed out in pursuing this line of action. The other approach could be that you pick up any one of them, feature extraction, signal processing, classification. All three of them are in a way very standalone kind of areas of problems. And come up with a more challenging problem, science-oriented problem in any of these three areas to do things over and above the current state of art. That becomes a proper science-oriented proposal, and this kind of proposal will fit into several schemes, including the CRG schemes of ANR. So these are the two possible directions. And if you ask me personally, then I would always prefer as an academician, you should rather focus on the second approach. Focus on the domain rather than moving on to the application. Application can be done anytime. That's not a big issue. All right, we move on to the next one. One more. Sorry, just a minute. They had one more slide. Then we go back to the previous one. That's what we're. What is second? For what? So what we do is that we have another hands-on session probably in the next. We have talked about this problem in the next session. You can focus on that. So development of intelligent imaging technique for early detection and risk stratification of breast cancer. So that was research problem. Breast cancer is the leading cause for mortality. See, this again is a background and the motivation for doing the research. This is not the research problem. Research problem is very specific, articulating what you exactly proposing to do purely in scientific terms. Not in a philosophical terms, not in terms of societal issues. Those things can go into introduction and background. But when it comes to the research problem, it should again be very precise, very focused, and we should strictly talk about exactly what you are proposing to do in scientific terms. Three challenges potential workforce for scientific current diagnostic techniques, particularly in regions like India. Despite advancements in artificial intelligence and machine learning for analyzing demography, histopathology, major is significant gap. Addressing these challenges require the design and intelligent objectives. To develop an innovative pre-processing technique for enhancing the quality and usability of histopathology images and breast cancer diagnosis. To design advanced computational methods for analyzing high-resolution histopathology images and methods for analyzing and implement deep learning models to identify and integrate patterns to image depth and fields to create intelligent imaging techniques to improve breast cancer detection through precise breast density measurement, to design and develop imaging biomarkers to predict patient survival features and outcomes enabling personalized care. That's all. Yes, so I think let's just focus on the objectives. Yes, sir.
Keep your mobile away.
Yes, sir. So here we have some advanced pre-processing techniques, but here we didn't mention the short plan of time. But we just written like what we are doing, like challenging wise, just mention its objectives.
not already done, histopathology images. Analysis of that.
It's already done, sir, but histopathology is a kind of cell biology where we will analyze the each and every cell, cancer cell. So sometimes some overlap cells. There are multiple problems in that. Every year, new research and new problems are coming out of from it. So we are going to apply the advanced techniques and we will detect the cancer in early stages. Yes, sir.
Then we said design of biomarkers. That is again different. So biomarker will be different. Again.
Yes. So after diagnosis process, again, we need to analyze the survival of the patient.
One of the biomarkers
Yes, sir.
can do this.
Imaging biomarkers.
That's why each patient will come out with this separate exclusive biomarkers.
We will collect the images and we will do it.
So the first thing is to develop pre-processing techniques for enhancing the quality and usability of histopathology. So how will it work? This what kind of, how is it going to work? This pre-processing techniques. Practically,
Some hybrid kind of thing.
hybrid kind of thing, that's fine. No, but in real life, supposing we are talking normally, if you are talking about diagnosis of breast cancer, you talk about mammogram, you talk about MRI, you talk about ultrasound. These are the three imaging.
Histopathology is another thing where you
No,
want
these are cytopathology, right? You are talking about histopathology. So histopathology,
is somewhat we want to detect the cancer in early stages because breast cancer, the major problem is detection of the things in early stages.
hardly we see there are two things, cytopathology and histopathology.
Yes, both are same.
Cytopathology is pre-treatment. Histopathology is basically biopsy. Histopathology is biopsy.
Biopsies.
So biopsy, how would you, early detection, how would you do? Normally, biopsy, the stage of biopsy comes when, there is already cancer. Early detection कैसे होगा? Imaging में कैसे होगा?
There we will apply some flank operations.
So see, early detection, this looks very hypothetical. This looks very, it's like somebody doesn't have any symptoms of cancer. You pick up that person and draw, and what kind of sample you will draw from there. So, okay. So it means that literally you are picking up a healthy individual, doing the biopsy of the breast, and then trying to do some kind of an imaging to figure out whether this person is likely to have cancer or not.
Here, we will collect both images here, healthy person and cancer images. Then only the analysis is possible. So when coming to the this health domain, we will collect the both scenarios.
No, but then why are you bringing in histopathology into the picture? Then we are not talking about biopsy. For the work, probably initial research work, yes, you will draw data and samples from various places and various patients or even normal subjects. But eventually, it's not a question of biopsy. You are just doing some kind of a scan, just like mammogram, just like MRI, which are non-invasive.
If it is mammogram, I think
Mammogram is invasive or not? Like is histopathology or cytopathology?
mammogram, sir. Mammogram, I think it's a separate one, sir. It's not.
But you are talking about histopathology.
Yes.
And histopathology means you actually draw a tissue
Yes,
from
exactly.
the
So
right?
that
So first of all, how will you get that data? From healthy sample. You will get that data only if you use techniques like mammography, you use techniques like MRI and ultrasound, which it's more useful. It's not, it doesn't make sense if you go to the level of histopathology. And later on also, supposing you have a tool, supposing you have an imaging technique which can segment or segregate the healthy tissues with the malignant tissues. Supposing a person comes to you, what will you do? How will you make sure that this fellow doesn't, how will you incorporate this early detection of cancer? You will you will do the biopsy.
Exactly. The main, the early detection.
Then in
I
what
think
way it is early detection?
mammogram.
Then it means out of 10 persons, 9 persons will be healthy and we will be subjecting them to biopsies. Doesn't make any sense at all. It makes sense, early detection makes sense only if you can use a non-invasive technique. And these things are widely known, this mammogram is also early detection of cancer.
I think mammogram, as per research, it's very difficult to find the early detection in mammograms.
No, but if it is difficult to find, I don't agree. Even the level 1 cancers are easily detected in mammograms, and then there are MRI. Then they do ultrasound also. And using a combination of all these things plus, some kind of FNAC. See, if there is a lump, if there is a tumor, if there is the slightest of lump, then there is no issue. We subject the patient to all these techniques, you can easily detect. And there is no question of early detection there. So if there is a lump, either it's a benign or it's a malignant.
No, but deciding that malignant and benign in early stages, that is a very difficult task in mammograms.
No, so what they do, then they go for FNAC.
Yes, FNAC.
And FNAC is almost a conclusive test. So first of all, there are questions. There are a lot of questions about the general approach and methodology about this approach. Second thing is that next comes the design and advanced computational methods for analyzing high resolution histopathology images. Implement deep. Two things broadly. First of all, there are kind of questions about. I have my own reservations about this entire approach. Ideally speaking, there should be some kind of a non-invasive technique, and there you should apply your machine learning or artificial intelligence or whatever tools you want to use to detect early onset of cancer. It should not be based on biopsy or histopathology, pathological procedures. Second thing is that your approach should be trying to do something which you should be very clear and we should very explicitly state. Trying to do something which clinicians as of today are not able to do with the current state of art. I have yet to come across, there could be some very rarest of rare cases where they have difficulty, but otherwise, if you have all these mammogram, MRI, ultrasound, these things, then I don't think that the clinician will find it difficult to decide whether the tumor is benign or malignant. So your approach should be to figure out clearly, identify for yourself and your goal or your objective. To do something which clinicians, as per clinicians, from existing tools are not able to do. And this again, the next one, I don't know, the create intelligent imaging techniques to improve breast cancer detection through precise breast density measurement. How is it done right now? How is it done right now?
This third one, sir.
Yeah, third one. This breast density measurement, how is it done presently?
Segmentation techniques.
And what you are proposing to do?
So I'm just measuring the density of the lump.
No, so density of the lump. So right now they don't measure the density of the lump.
Yes, sir.
They do. So in what way, what you propose to do is different from what is already done. Anyway, let's see the next one. The design and develop imaging biomarker to predict patient survival features and outcomes. Now, this again is a very open-ended kind of activity. So biomarkers means these will be kind of what you call those dyes, some kind of a dye or what?
Images are
Imaging biomarker means meaning what? My understanding is that you inject some kind of a dye before doing the imaging or what?
after diagnosis process, after completing the diagnosis process, they will find this image biomarkers in that particular patient image, and we will find the what is called outcomes, that is survival rates after the diagnosis. Sometimes the patients may get again the
So
cancer.
these are imaging biomarkers, or these are the kind of biomarkers which you will identify through imaging.
Yes.
There's a lot of difference between these two. See, imaging biomarker is something which is a biomarker which you need for imaging, and using imaging techniques to identify the biomarker is a different thing. So are you saying that you are going to using the imaging techniques, you are going to identify the biomarker?
Yes. Through
Imaging of what?
histopathology images are
That means that you have a biopsy sample, so you have some kind of a tissue, and through imaging you can predict the survival feature or outcome of the patient. How is that possible? How is that possible? See, the thing is that there is some malignant cells. There is a cancerous area which has been removed. Right? Now, based on that sample, how you are going to decide or how you are going to determine whether the cancer has spread to any other part of the body?
we will monitor continuously patient.
See, there are a lot of questions, a lot of ifs, buts, and whys involved in this entire approach. So, it requires going back and thinking again. Now, a more fundamental issue is that if you have some kind of this pre-processing technique to enhance the quality and usability of images. So this is also what this is. If we remove this cancer and all those things, if we just focus on this pre-processing technique to enhance the quality of images, this is related to image processing.
Yes, yes. Once you can
So,
enhance the quality of the image.
So again, the better approach, more scientific approach is forget about cancer or any other thing. Just focus on the image processing aspect. If you can come up with a better image processing technique, that itself is a good research. So the point is that do a comprehensive review of what are the current image processing techniques, what are their strengths, what are their limitations, and then think and figure out a way to overcome the current limitations which are likely to give you a substantial advantage in terms of the quality of images or whatever. That would be a more scientific approach, and that kind of work will again, like in the first presentation, first PPT, that will fit into the schemes like SRG, CRG, so many schemes, science-oriented schemes. And for this kind of a scheme, again, you will have to look for a very, very specific, very niche scheme. And even if you do that, then all those questions things which came across during the discussion, they are still valid. Yeah, so this is development of titanium magnesium alloys using friction steel casting.
That is a problem given by so
It's a common.
Okay. So this is something which they have ISRO has talked of this kind of this could be a possibility. The research problem lies in the development and production of titanium magnesium alloy with properties. Corrosion resistance, strength and ductility using friction steel casting, addressing the challenges associated with magnesium and titanium alloys for advanced strength. So this is kind of it's a kind of a manufacturing related problem. It's a manufacturing process.
They have mentioned that the development of high strength graphite titanium alloys.
Where are these castings used? Space in which space application? Where? Space structures means space stations. What is that? What is space structure?
Flights, air buses, spacecrafts.
You mean
There is also applications on roads, automobiles.
Wherever the high strength is required, they can use it.
so? This title looks fine. Then the research problem. We see this in research problem. You don't have to write the research problem lies. It is not the appropriate language. So the research in the development of production of titanium with improved properties using friction steel casting. What are the challenges here? What is the problem? Huh?
What are the same issues?
So actually, the external charges.
Similar materials.
Yes, it's a different melting process. 60 degrees Celsius melting point magnesium. The other one is titanium is 1600 to 1700 degrees Celsius melting point.
High temperature is highly flammable, we should maintain that enough atmosphere. While doing this precision casting, we have to maintain enough atmosphere.
And how we are going to overcome it?
I have to go through literature, sir. See,
So titanium has a high melting point, right?
Yes, yes.
Magnesium has a low melting point. So you have to come up with titanium, magnesium alloy. So, so the challenge is in having these kind of alloys. Challenge is here, titanium, magnesium alloys, or the challenge is here in this friction steel casting.
precision casting. In thermodynamic casting, we apply for magnesium, it is flammable.
So now we talked about, there are too many objectives here. The work focuses on titanium machining,
Actually, 5 objectives.
corrosion studies. This again the alloy offers desirable mechanical. No, this again should have gone into the background, introduction, and those kinds of stuff. These are not objectives. Objectives are precisely what you are get back to in a way. Your research problem itself is very precise and focused. And objectives are again fragments of the overall research problem. So they are even more than. Depend upon steel casting is chosen for its adaptability, benefit, efficiency in mass. The study investigates effects of air casting. So this needs to be revisited. None of them look like objectives. What is next? Fine. Move on. This integration of renewable energy and future energy sources to our DC microgrid. Design and implement our DC microgrid that integrates multiple renewable energy sources. Develop advanced energy management and control algorithms for optimal power distribution and demand side management. Investigate the feasibility and performance of emerging energy sources, hydrogen fuel cells, advanced batteries, and their potential integration into the DC microgrid, and promote decarbonization and sustainable energy practices through real-world demonstration and which slide I guess?
Is this from this statement is only like recent problem, not this statement.
Exactly, that is elaborately.
It is not the recent problem. Right. We need to come up with a smart grid microwave.
Microwave. Integration of user resources and renewable sources. And renewable sources. Like PV and wind like that. All combinedly connected to the DC microwave. That is actually the problem.
So this is something, a large number of individuals and groups and institutions are working on smart grids, microgrids for the last at least 10 years. If not. So what is it that is different from other people are doing?
Is it actually integration of user resources and renewable sources at a time to DC microwave?
That's what they are doing. That's what they are. That's the purpose. The smart grid means that you can integrate multiple sources.
The challenges are there.
No, so that should come out. What are the challenges? What is it? The other people have not been able to resolve still so far. Rather than making a very passing, blanket statement, see, this is some an area where a lot of work is going on in India and including the field demonstration. And that also includes a lot of projects which have been funded by agencies like DST, SERP, Individuals Forum. There was a dedicated program on in this area. There was actually smart grids, there was a US program. And other than that, also the US program, which was EU program, then several other domestic programs. Large number of people are working in this area in various IIT, almost all IITs are working in this area, including other institutions. So you should be able to figure out that current state of what others are doing, what are the challenges which have not been resolved and so on, which specific problem you are picking up for your research, and how you are going to help. Otherwise, it looks very general kind of a thing, general statement that well, integration of renewable and future energy sources. And nothing is future. What is future? All these things are well known. Solar photovoltaic, I explained. Your fuel cells, all those things are well known. So that itself is good enough. Integration of non-conventional or renewable energy sources into the DC microgrid. But then there should be very specific about what you are doing and why it stands out as unique or different from what others have been doing or have already done. All right, so I think we'll break for lunch. Where do we stand? So half an hour for lunch. That's good. We also have to wrap up in the evening on time, otherwise maybe some of you are taking buses to go to the city. So take half an hour for lunch and then we'll come back and resume our proceedings. Good. Thank you. It's working. So we'll move further ahead now. We have come to the level of, having written the proposal, and then we have seen that what are the downstream processes in terms of evaluation. Most of them, except one, which we are going to discuss in this session. So, not all proposals go to the level of personal presentation. That depends upon the nature of the scheme, and even in some flagship schemes where presentations are involved, some of the proposals are screened out based on the reviewers' comments itself. So the remaining proposals, which have some favorable comments from the reviewers, they go to the next level where people are invited to come and personally present and defend their proposals. So that's what we are going to discuss in this session. So as we see, the first thing is the rebuttal. And I mentioned in the morning that rebuttal or formal rebuttal may not always be involved in all the cases. Generally, reviewers' comments are communicated in sometimes formally, sometimes informally, and the concerns and comments of the reviewers are clarified with the investigator in some form. During the presentations, they may end up asking questions to resolve those issues. But in case the formal rebuttal is involved, which is true in case of very big projects, then what is to be done? The first step is that read the peer reports carefully and thoroughly to review the specific concerns and expressed in the peer reports. That puts a question mark on the soundness of research. Don't approach the peer reports in a state of denial or take a step to essentially defend your position. See, what happens is that if we have written a project, it means we have invested considerable amount of our time and effort. So we get kind of emotionally involved with the proposal. And anything which negative, we come across anything which is negative, the natural response is to deny, right? Defend. But that's not a good idea. Be objective in your assessment. So look at the comments with an open mind, don't react, but respond appropriately and professionally. And don't overreact to comments that may appear harsh, hypercritical, or even unfair, or the language which may sound overtly judgmental and grossly undermining. Because at the end of the day, those people who review the proposals or listen to the presentations, they are also human beings. And human beings are always flawed. Nobody is perfect in communication. Many times we end up saying things which we don't mean. And the same applies to others also. Then comes, when it comes to writing the actual rebuttal report. So acknowledge and appreciate the positive side of the reports. Reviewers are not only concerned about flagging flagging the negative issues, but they are also expected to comment upon the positive side or the strength of the proposal. So if that be the case, just to acknowledge what has been appreciated, then respond to the specific concerns and observations in a professional manner using hardcore facts, data, and objective reasoning to support your case. Now, this is to be underlined. Hardcore facts, data, and objective reasoning. Your response should never be subjective or unqualified. It should always be based on some kind of objective reasoning so that it doesn't leave any scope for disagreement. There could be three possible scenarios. One scenario is that you have factored something in your thinking, but it is not explicitly stated in the proposal, or it is not in sufficient detail. So here is an opportunity for you to explain and elaborate your position related to issues that are not addressed in the proposal or lacking in detail. The second scenario is that it's there in the proposal, but people have not understood the way you would have expected them to understand. So that be the case, re-articulate and reiterate to your position in a different way. If the issues have already been addressed but not understood by experts in a way that it was meant to be. It's very similar to the way you deal with your students. If they don't understand something, you try to make them understand in a little different way. And lastly, there is a distinct possibility that you have missed out on something. After all, we are all human beings. So in spite of our best efforts, there is always a possibility that we have overlooked something. And if that be the case, then be honest, acknowledge and accept the genuine concerns about the proposal and propose a supplementary agenda to address those issues to cover the weak or the gray areas. Then we come to the actual presentation. So presentation is, in fact, the last summit in the evaluation process, and if you have reached thus far, that indicates prima facie merit and supportworthiness in the proposal. Having said that, it also is not a guarantee that if you have been called for presentation, then your project will eventually be accepted. So almost 50% or maybe even more than 50% projects are turned down even at that level. And the reasons are twofold. One reason is that the proposal document may look fairly good. The reviewers' comments may be reasonably supportive, but then when you meet the person and have a one-to-one discussion, the perspective quite often changes drastically. I mean, to the extent that you don't find any connect between the proposal and the person. Second thing is that we are gradually moving towards the era of competitive grant. You know, in earlier days, there was no concept of competitive grant in India. The success rate or approval rate used to be 30–40%. Now, you understand competitive grant. Competitive grant means when the two equally good proposals compete for the same dollar or rupee. So it's a very incremental difference. So now, because the number of proposals are going up, number of academicians are going up, and the money doesn't grow, with the same pace. It means you have finite amount of money or limited amount of money, and then there are so many people who are trying to access that money. So then it becomes a competitive kind of a thing. So the point here is that several proposals are turned down even at the level of presentation. Presentation is a business meeting, unlike other academic forums, so it should be brief, precise, focused, and to the point. It should be directly related to what you're specifically proposing to do, and the lead investigator should always make the presentation. It's not a proxy affair that somebody else can go and make the presentation. Time for presentation is always very limited, just about 10–15 minutes. So you have to be prepared accordingly. You have to be prepared to make your presentation within that limited time in the most impactful manner. And keep in mind the audience. You make a presentation or you deliver a talk, keeping in mind the nature of your audience. If your audience are novices, then your talk will be very elementary, isn't it? The way you teach your first year students is different from the way you teach your master's student or something like that. So here again, these people who are listening to your presentation, they are not novices. First of all, they know what they are dealing with, and secondly, they have done their homework. So they have already gone through the proposal, peer reports, and rebuttal, and they have come fully prepared. It's a final thing. They just want to listen to you, see you, listen to you, and probably seek some specific clarifications about the research. So your presentation should be modulated accordingly. It should be very focused, very to the point. Use limited number of slides. Again, for the reason because you have limited time available for presentation, so just about 10–12 slides, something like that. It's just not possible to handle more than that during 10 minutes. And you have to be prepared in advance for that. If you think that you prepare a deck of 50 slides or 100 slides, thinking that you'll use them selectively, it will eventually appear very disorganized. The presentation will be very disorganized. So it's better to have your core slide deck should always have limited number of slides. You can have some backup slides in case they are required to clarify some point or answer some questions or explain something. Give brief overview and background without spending too much time on generic information. So just one slide and maybe a few minutes, 1 or 2 minutes, just to build up the momentum. And the rest of the presentation should be totally focused on specific research problem and issues proposed to be addressed. In terms of what you are going to do, why it is important, how you propose to address it, and what is going to be the impact of the outcome. So eventually make use of the limited time available in the most impactful manner without creating a lengthy narrative or going into the storytelling. See, storytelling as such is a very powerful mode of communication as well as learning, right? There is a famous, in Indian traditions, you have heard the name of Vishnu Karma, the Panchtantra stories. So those four princes were almost rogue. They will not listen to, they were not amenable to any kind of teaching, learning, or anything. And they were consigned to this saint, Vishnu Karma. And he evolved a very innovative way of teaching. So rather than a classroom teaching, he used to take those kids in the fields under a tree and then narrate his stories. The thing is that each story used to have a very profound moral. But this is contextual. Storytelling generally is a very good thing. Everybody is interested in stories. But here the context doesn't allow stories to be told. It's very businesslike. Be grounded in your approach. People are interested in knowing what's about your specific research problem and what is new, novel, exciting, and impactful about it. They are not interested in a rhetorical narrative. It may even sound aversive and becomes counterproductive. People get irritated because those people also, they have to listen to 20-odd presentations in a day. So they are also hard pressed of time, and so they, without compromising on the requirement of the job, but at the same time, they don't want to waste any time listening to some very basic thing or some, unrelated thing. So they are rather impatient. If you waste too much time on irrelevant things, then probably their chances are there that you'll be just stop and then come back to the point. Presentation is normally followed by a small discussion session, question and answer discussion. So listen to the questions carefully and give to the point response. Don't argue beyond a point. Make sincere effort in explaining your position in sufficient detail and then leave it. There is no point in going back and forth and argument, counter argument. Admit if you haven't thought about something or some specific issue has skipped your attention. If that be the case, and offer to make amends. Don't be adamant to defend and justify your position at all costs. And eventually, don't take anything personally. Now, what next? Keep a mental record of questions asked, observations made, and comments offered. Revisit them later and contemplate upon them together with your own response. Now, these are some very useful insights. Why? Because if you do that, then on one hand, assuming that your proposal is accepted, it may still provide some additional inputs which may add value to your research. And secondly, unfortunately, for some reason, if the project is not accepted, then it may provide you a good idea about the reasons for the decline. As you see, the official reasons for acceptance and non-acceptance of the proposal may not be insightful due to inadequate proficiency and laziness in articulation. So the response comes, many times there is no feedback, it's just, categoric yes or no. On other times, there could be some feedback available, but that feedback may not be in a form that you can use it in terms of improving your proposal. So, like for example, the feedback may be, the objectives are diffused. Now, it doesn't help you much, or the methodology is not appropriate. Why it happens? There are several reasons for that. One thing is that, the people have to deal with enormous large number of proposals running into hundreds and thousands and tens of thousands. And a large percentage of proposals amongst the entire lot is they're very frugal. They're not even worth reviewing and evaluating. Then it takes quite a bit of time and effort in properly articulating the feedback. And third thing is that beyond a point, you cannot, so supposing if you say that methodology is not appropriate, it doesn't give you much information. On the other hand, if you try to look from the evaluator side, what do you expect from him? You don't expect him to rewrite the proposal for yourself. See, that's the difference between an independent researcher and something like, a doctorate or a postdoctoral student. A PhD or a postdoc they have some kind of a mentor or supervisor who's supposed to handhold them. But as an independent researcher, you are required to make your own inferences. So be attentive to capture the points of discussions and trust your own judgment to introspect upon them later. So this is going to provide you a lot of, but you have to be very attentive, very alert, aware and attentive. And try to capture the information through all the possible modes. Normally when we talk about the communication, we are more focused on the verbal part of the communication. But there is again a very well-established studies in social sciences that verbal communication is just 15%. In percentage terms, is roughly 15% of the overall communication. The remaining 30% is vocal. Verbal is what you say, vocal is how you say. And the remaining 55%, the majority of the message comes through body language. So you see, if you fail to capture the remaining part, the vocal and the body language part of the communication, it means you are missing out on a lot. So try to capture the feedback through all the possible modes of communication. What is that? Body language, I mean, see, supposing somebody asks you a question and then you give a response. That person remains quiet. But that doesn't mean he has accepted your response. Now the very expression on his face will tell you whether your response is well received or not. Even while you are making the presentation, the expression on the faces of the people will tell you whether you are making an impact or they are not impressed. So try to capture all these possible leads, which will eventually help you to add more value to your research and try to figure out in what way things can be improved. Any question?
Specify a little louder. Do we have to specify the references or any we are providing our approach? We have to be more specific about what is been already done and to discuss about how we are dealing with not doing the current data.
During presentation, you are not subdued. You are expected to only talk about what you are specifically proposing. All this information will go into the proposal document. See, there is a section about the references, literature review, state of art, all those things are there, different sections in the proposal template. Right? So all this information will go. That's how it leads to your own research problem. You start with the current state of art, present some kind of a brief review of what are the gap areas, justify why it is important to address those gap areas and what kind of opportunities it will open up if those issues are involved. And then it leads to your own research problem. All that information goes into the proposal document, which all these people who are listening to your presentation have already got. During the presentation, the time is just limited, and then this presentation should just be dealing with the specific work which you are proposing to do. Nothing. If they want some additional information, they will ask you specifically. But from your side, you should just be focused about what specifically you are proposing. That's what I have tried to explain. No, I didn't get you. Again, repeat what you said. No. 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 That just considered a submission, a new proposal. You can always do that. If that's not your choice. If the committee if those people feel that this proposal can be brought to the level of acceptance with some minor changes which are possible, which are feasible, they will specifically advise you to do that. From your side, you are free to modify the proposal and resubmit, but that will be seen as a fresh proposal. No, so there is no quick fix solution or, shortcut method to it. This is your job to go through do a comprehensive literature review. Huh? This is for you to make an assessment. And the way to do it is to do comprehensive literature review. Then you will get to know whether, your problem is novel or not. Nobody else will do that. It's only for you to decide. You yourself have to make that assessment whether your problem is you are novel enough or not. Later on, I mean, the other people will also do that, but then it will come by way of acceptance or non-acceptance. If they find the problem to be novel and good, then they will accept. Otherwise, they will turn it down.
It's the project what I have to DNR on the website. We will have an idea. Maybe in the PA, which here in the sanction.
That will give you only a very general idea about the projects which have been supported in the past. That information cannot be used to validate your own novelty of your own research. That is something, again, it's a very subjective assessment, which you have to make making use of all this information. No, but this is your job to know. Why you don't know? That's not an excuse. You are supposed to know. It's not impossible to know. Any other question? So we move on to the second hands-on session. So in this in this hands-on session, what we do, in the first hands-on session, we dealt with this research problem and objectives, right? Now we will go a little backward. Overview and background, a small paragraph, touching upon the state of art and highlighting some unresolved issues which connect to your research problem. And then we will go forward in terms of talking a little bit about methodology, how we are going, what we are going to do, and how we are going to do what we are proposing to do. And finally, we will talk a little bit about the outcome and its impact and significance. Is that clear? This is something which we dealt with in the first hands-on session. So we go a little backwards and address this overview and background, and then we go forward, talk a little bit about methodology, and finally the outcome and outcome deliverables and their impact and significance. So again, maybe kind of 3 slides, 3 PPT slides, same groups. 2 things you can do. One thing is that revisit the research problem which you did in the morning and try to improve upon it if possible in view of the discussion which we had on the first hands-on session. And then you build on the remaining 3 items. So again, this is time. So by 3 o'clock, this is 2:15 right now. By 3 o'clock, I want all the 65 sorted on the PC so that we can. So be ready in 5 minutes before we should be ready.
So by 2:55, you should submit the files. They choose the same problem or they choose different.
itself.
Another 5 minutes.
Ready?
So PPT రెడీగా ఉంటే PPT లోడ్ చేస్తారా? ఎవరు రెడీగా ఉన్నారు? Or else you can mail me. Already my mail ID. Title activity 2 and 2 and group name. So please wrap up. To make it fast. It's a discussion. Title should be activity 2, group name. Activity 2, group ABC. My name. Without running out a name change. Thank you, sir. Please. Get fast. one last one.
Let's review this, the outcome of this second hands-on session. This is group A, so development and characterization of customer. Enhance breast cancer detection. The entire thing, this is overall sensor. Simulation to explore interactions between nanocomposite thin film and cancer biomarkers. Synthesize the nanocomposites to leverage their unique electrical and optical properties for biosensing. Fabrication of thin film sensors using synthesized nanocomposites. Optimization and characterization of nanocomposites thin films for better sensitivity and compare the performance against the conventional cancer diagnostic tools. So what is going to be this conventional cancer diagnostic tools? Conventional, right? So what are those conventional tools? X-ray is never used for cancer scanning. X-ray, actually, how will you see? You are dealing with soft tissues. How? Huh? See, this is almost in a textual form. It's impossible to read. That's not how you prepare the PPT slides. It's like reading a book. So, since you were to put the output in the form of a PPT slide, so accordingly you should have modulated. Meaning you cannot reproduce the text in a finite slide. simulation and modeling, nanocomposite synthesis, sensor fabrication and testing.
Yes, there are so many taken.
So let's look at this. Simulation and explore interaction between nanocomposites in cells. So what are these cancer biomarkers?
PCA biomarker is this.
PCA, okay.
The biomarker will be taken, then we will send the biomarker in the lab, laboratory lab. The biomarker will convert into a gas form, and then we send that gas form to the sensor.
So this will be basically a gas sensor.
Gas sensor.
What is the what are the limitations in the current way of analyzing PCA?
So we need to send a layer, we want able to find that reference direction in the proper way. Benchmark, it is not.
No, but can you explain what is the proper way or what is improper about it? No?
Challenge.
Obviously, we have the sensitivity of the sensing applications today. Finding the understand the marker. So we increase the sensitivity of the application of sensor.
All of you know this group was basically what?
Yes.
You see, basically, right? Electronics, right? So your competence, core competence is sensing, right? So from the sensing point of view, what is the challenge or the value addition in this?
So we will work on the
There are gas sensors.
characterization of the sensor. So we will go to characterization.
We say, well, everything is characterized, anything which is fabricated or characterized. So it's not that the gas sensing is not known. Gas sensing is being done for a long time. So this basically this work, I mean, I'm trying to relate your background with the proposed work. You don't have anything to do with cancer or breast cancer or anything. Your core competence is sensing, development of sensor. So from the development of sensor point of view, what is the challenge? What is new? Gas sensing is already being done. What kinds of gas sensors are there?
The gas sensor is the sensitivity of the sensor is low.
What sensitivity of that sensor is low. But do you have some benchmarking? What is that those benchmarks? What is the sensitivity of the current gas sensors? You look. So if that is the case, you need to redefine the problem. My suggestion is that forget about the concern. You redefine the problem and aim to improve the sensitivity of the current sensors. Current sensors is also a very broad-based term. So if you are talking about gas sensors, so talk about gas sensing application. Cancer here is not important from your perspective. That's an application development. And that work, if somebody's idea is to develop some kind of a alternate protocol for detection of cancer, replacing the conventional protocol, then that can also be done without developing a new sensor. Hundreds and thousands of sensing elements and sensors will be available commercially in the market. Just picking up the right sensor and integrating into an overall device, that objective can be achieved. That's it. Another way of doing the things. There's more of a product development or those kind of things. From your perspective, if your core competence is that you have background in EC, your interest is sensor development, then you redefine the problem in such a manner that it becomes focused on developing sensors which are better than the current state of this kind of work will be very helpful, right? We will struggle to decide where to submit this kind of a proposal. Materials for what? Fine. Fine. So remain focused on, sensors. Novel materials for sensing applications. Earlier, now or earlier. No, ठीक है, title is fine. I mean, you remove this part, breast cancer detection. Redefine the title a little bit. This portion is fine. Development, characterization of. Characterization word is also not, this is implied. Anything which you develop, you need to characterize. Otherwise, So development of this graphene-based nanocapacitance thin film sensor for enhanced sensitivity or feature. We know also that was very lengthy that review was saved about that was to be shared. Your state of art will also review will also be redefined accordingly. You will not talk about cancer. You will talk about that this is the state of affairs as well as sensing is concerned. These are the limitations, and we are going. That's how we are going to try some new materials to overcome these that area of these challenges. So the next one could be development of intelligent imaging techniques for early detection and risk stratification of breast cancer. So there doesn't seem to be much difference from it's the same or any difference? Breast cancer is
So we are focusing on the early stage detection.
it's same or anything different?
Same, sir, same, last, completely the same.
Problem statement and objectives are not being changed.
See, these kind of things, first of all, this is again not a research problem. Breast cancer is a leading cause of mortality amongst women worldwide. This is not a research problem. This could be seen as a background to the research problem, but this is not a research problem per se. Second thing is that your research problem should be more scientific. You are talking about the breast cancer more as if you are an oncologist. You are not talking of the research problem as if you are what? Computer science team. This is the problem which you get anchored with the application right in the beginning. That you just forget about what you should really be doing, what you are and what you should be doing. See, you are not writing a proposal on sociology that well, cancer is a big problem from the societal angle. You are not an oncologist, medical oncologist. You are a computer science person. So your research problem should also sound like as it is coming from a computer science person. Now, whom you are telling it, this thing, breast cancer is the leading cause of mortality, everybody knows. See, another thing about presentation, although I mean it's very implied, everybody should be knowing it, everybody knows it, but then make your slides in such a way that they are readable. If people struggle to read your slides, that itself will put them on. It irritates. Font size, how much content you are going to put in the slide, that should also be limited. breast cancer remains a major global. Again, we are repeating the same thing or what? Especially in
Next slide.
develop innovative. This is also same, right? So you didn't consider it worthwhile to revisit this, or should I make a suggestion that try to improve on it in the light of discussions which we have had in the previous session? Advanced pre-processing techniques such as stain normalization, color augmentation, and de-noising filters are widely used to stabilize and enhance the quality of histopathology images. Algorithms like contrast limited adaptive histogram equalization and Fourier transform based methods improve contrast and highlight features for better analysis. So you mean that these are well established facts, right? So something this is already known which you are going to apply to a particular those
We are using different combinations. Already available, but we are using different combinations.
computational analysis. I mean, this thing is totally unreadable. Deep learning algorithms, conventional neural networks, GGNet, ResNet, and efficient net are effective for feature extraction. Multi-scale learning methods such as are applied for segmentation, then we have attention mechanisms, integration, attention modules such as such, and transformers enhance the focus, computational efficacy. So, I mean, this looks like a research article, that, there are techniques they are good for this, and there are techniques which are applied for segmentation, and then you are giving a whole bouquet of various tools and techniques, and then you are suggesting that we'll try them in various permutation and combinations and try to figure out how things can be improved. But that's not a very good, that's not the right way of doing the things.
So what we need to specify, sir?
Huh?
Your method name or what? What we need to specify? Straight up. Not like this, sir. They are just mentioning.
First of all, you are talking of so many things. First of all, you should be your problem, research problem statement itself will be very, very narrow and very focused. If your job is to develop better pre-processing techniques, you should be limited to that. And then on top of it, you just figure out in the state of art what are the limitations. This doesn't even, this looks like, this again doesn't sound like a state of art. The state of art should relate with your research problem as such. So this looks like, as if you are giving a broad overview of the scenario all around. So, you see the title, computational analysis of high resolution histopathology images. So then you are talking about various techniques, merits and demerits. You are not even talking about the demerits, you are only talking about the merits of various techniques. Then let's see in some of the next slides what is there. So again, it doesn't look like kind of a review article. There are so many techniques which are available, and each technique you are just trying to figure out these are the advantages of these or capabilities of these techniques. AI-powered early detection systems and challenges and gaps. Let's look at it. Lack of large-scale, diverse. What is it? I'm not able to.
Data sets.
Data sets. And now about the images, particularly in regions like India, limits the generalization of AI models. False positive and negatives remain a significant issue with current models requiring further refinement of not consistent accuracy. high computational cost with and lack of standard protocol in medical image analysis are barriers to scalability and deployment. What else? Data collection, pre-processing. Sorry. Any comments? See, I made a session right in the first, session that redefine this problem. We focus on these pre-processing techniques for enhancing the quality of images. If you remove everything else, then it will direct using it as a reference, using your objective to be improved pre-processing techniques for enhancing the quality of images. Supposing this is the reference, this is the statement you are reference. Use it to guide your thinking then in the right direction without getting anchored into the breast cancer and those kind of stuff. That will help you to remain focused in your own domain, focus on coming up with better techniques, new techniques, novel techniques. Though all those techniques are well established techniques.
Sir, can you tell the statement, if you define how it will be?
That's what I'm telling you.
You just put it some XYZ name and you can.
What is XYZ?
Some, you can put some XYZ name and it's.
No, that's what we are talking about. The title I'm talking about the objective. The core objective of the work can probably be defined as targeting new and improved pre-processing techniques for enhancing the quality of images. Quality of images, or you would like to probably go even beyond in terms of classification, segmentation, and those kind of things.
First, quality of image, later segmentation and other.
So let me put it the other way. Which specialization do you think is the backbone of this work?
Specialization, AML.
Deep learning. So why don't you, when you focus on deep learning, try to come up with new and innovative algorithms, better algorithms for deep learning. You can pick up any data set to demonstrate that for the purpose of demonstration. If deep learning is your objective or that is your core focus, then your focus again without getting anchoring into a specific application, try to come up with better algorithms.
So here our idea is before we are getting to the deep learning, first of all, we must focus on image processing, removing the noise in the images. So first of all, that's why we.
So fine. So basically, you are using deep learning for the application of image processing, right? So remain that. I mean, forget about the other things. So there you try to establish that what is the state of art and what you can do over and above the current state of development. No, they are. That's what they are doing. No, exactly. Focus on the. So rather than pick up the known techniques and using them in different permutations and combinations, just focus on the ML part and the image processing part that I'm going to develop better algorithms for the purpose of better ML algorithms for the purpose of image processing.
So initial thing here is that improving the quality of the images collected from the data set before applying deep learning techniques to finalize our algorithms.
Can you repeat that again?
The quality of the images collected for the data set, we are first focusing on that one using our techniques. So that is all that we are approaching deep learning for finalizing the final algorithm.
See, one thing is that using the existing deep learning algorithms or techniques to do a particular job.
Yes.
Another approach is to come up with better deep learning algorithms which have the capability of doing even a better job. So the second approach is more scientifically challenging. First approach is more application oriented, that you pick up the known techniques and use them to develop a particular application tool that is scientifically less challenging and less appealing. It is easier in terms of thinking. This approach is easier because you are anchored to an application. You are just making use of existing algorithms and techniques. So this doesn't challenge you as much in your thinking. But if you are talking about altogether new kinds of algorithms, which are significantly better than the existing algorithms, then that is more that involves that engages your abstract thinking. See, thinking about something which doesn't exist is a lot more challenging than making use of the things which already exist and use them.
Actually, in the previous research, while doing our literature part, we find such kind of gaps. So, as per your instructions, we improve this part.
Which gap? Which gap related to breast cancer imaging?
Data pre-processing.
So re-articulate your research program in such a way. Re-articulate the research problem in more scientific terms, focused on deep learning, machine learning, and image processing.
Now we got a class.
Otherwise, it looks like you are more worried about breast cancer than the technique itself. It should be the other way around. And once you have a technique developing a tool for breast cancer analysis, of course, if it makes sense or if it is relevant in that context, that may not be intellectually very challenging. It may take its own effort and time, that's fine. But the real intellectual challenge is to come up with a new and better algorithms of your own. See, another advantage of remaining focused in your domain, your area of your own core competence is that everything you are in control of things. You know machine learning, you know image processing, you don't know breast cancer. Right? So if you go to the area, an overlapping area or altogether different area, that calls for a different approach altogether. Then you need to collaborate. There is something called, circle of influence, right? What it means. Those kind of things over which you have absolute control. So if you operate within your own domain, if your focus is machine learning, deep learning, image processing, all these kind of sensor development, then you are in absolute control of what you are doing. So that's another advantage. Group C, right? Development of eco-friendly electromagnetic wave-absorbing material by synthesizing Fe3O4 nanoparticles and natural grass. What is that? Grass. Material by synthesizing particles and again, the same problem. This readability is very poor. Shielding is involved towards safer, more sustainable materials. Traditionally, dense materials like lead, concrete, steel have been used to shield against gamma rays. Natural fibers like rubber grass have gained attention due to their eco-friendly purposes, including biodegradability, low cost, reusing this is a very bad way of preparing this. Anybody, अरे आपने अगर खाली वो simple white background, black letters, little bigger fonts, it would have been perfect. See the colors, you are not going to impress anyone by using a multicolored presentation. That I can assure you. It's the content and simplicity. You know, Steve Jobs, what he used to say, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. So even if you see the devices, you know, they are in a way very sophisticated, but you see that it's so simple, and that's why they look so elegant. This is overall without issues. Health risk of electromagnetic radiations, limitations of synthetic materials, environmental challenges. Okay. Something that health. Limitations of synthetic materials here are synthetic fibers release harmful particles. Definition of eco-friendly, cheap and easily available materials. Epoxy agents have good UV resistance properties. As a filament, introduction of thermal gas particles and bio-friendly substitute for synthetic fibers. First, when you cross the ensure electromagnetic absorption. So, what makes you feel that this thermograph is going to work as well as the synthetic fibers, or even better?
Material for the electromagnetic radiations. We are using laptops, mobile phones, for electromagnetic radiations are releasing from those devices. So, because of those radiations, so many health problems are there.
No, I'm not talking that. What I'm saying is that using gas, in what way it's going to be a better replacement of synthetic fibers, either in terms of, particularly in terms of technically or technical efficiency. So what gives you that confidence?
Actually, I got this idea during the solar eclipse, in order to, during the solar eclipse, some radiations are released. Because of that radiation, food materials may be damaged. So in that, our elders in our family, they are saying that pour some gas in that material, it can absorb radiations like that. So from there, I have taken this idea.
That's not a very scientific way of approaching the things. Just because, you know, in household belief system which might have been going on through generations. The people also say that in solar, you know, during solar eclipse, the food gets bad, so you sprinkle some Ganga Jal and then it will become good. So is it a way to conclude that, you know, for water purification?
I have taken the idea from there. Later I need to do some mechanical tests like that.
See, my question was very simple and to the point. What gives you the confidence that gas is a good substitute for synthetic fibers in terms of protecting from the radiation? So what is that?
In two aspects, it is better. Actually, gas is a natural material, it is eco-friendly.
I'm talking in terms of performance, technical performance. It may be cheap, it might be a throwaway item, it may be available at free of cost. That's second. That may be important, but second. The first thing is the functional performance. So what gives you the confidence that it's going to be better, if not better, at least as good as the synthetic fiber composite? Is there any till so far? Is there any ground for that, or that is something which you are going to investigate? High performance. Now let's see what it talks about high performance. Enhanced UV resistance, dynamic mechanical properties. So this is what you are expecting. You don't know, isn't it? As of now, you don't know. Specific objectives to synthesize a sustainable composite using cycloaliphatic epoxy and rubber brass particulate fibers for enhanced electromagnetic wave absorption. So this is meant where it will be used actually.
Actually, these are the natural fiber composites.
No, where it will be used for radiation protection, for radiation shielding.
Here, radiation shielding purpose.
No, where in X-ray, in home, at home, in laboratories, where
For laptops we can use, for mobile phones we can use.
mobile phone means how will it work? So suppose this is a mobile phone. So if I want to use a mobile phone, I use a sheet like this or what way it will work.
Generally, we are putting our mobile in our pockets like this. Some radiation is coming from the mobile.
Okay.
So if we prepare one guard by using these materials, almost maximum radiation absorbed by the material only. It can obstruct the radiations.
So it will also, if it sheets from the radiation, then probably it will become dysfunctional. It may become dysfunctional also. It will not catch the signal, so you cannot use the phone. If there is no radiation, then you cannot use the phone. How the phone will be used?
Probably the antenna, but then
Maybe you can use for walls, windows, they are also looking.
that are the field in the wall.
So how is it?
See, when you talk about these kind of applications, you have to be very sure about the practical feasibility of its deployment before taking it forward. Now, some very specified applications like those X-ray rooms and those kind of places, they use LEDs. Basically, they use LED as a shield. Even in those kind of institutions like ERC or those agencies that deal with atomic energy. All those gamma radiations, all kind of radiations, they use lead. Normally, lead is a very safe material and depending on the thickness, you can plot the radiation. So, if you pick up that application of that kind, then it makes sense of. I mean, do you realize, how will it work? Suppose I make it totally shielded from the radiation. This one will not work. So, where I am going to use that this material? If again the same thing, first of all, while I am using the laptop, I cannot cover it. And if I cover it, then again the same issue, it will not catch the Wi-Fi signal. Very well. So, see, this is, we talked about that identifying the research problem in the morning. So, you should always doubt, at least in the beginning, be very skeptical about what to come up with during your first iterations. To be absolutely sure that you have picked up a research problem which is not only new and novel and challenging, it should be feasible also. And particularly, if you are talking about applied research, if you are talking about solution development, product development, then you have to be doubly sure that about the feasibility part. Technically, you can come up with a composite material which shields the radiations, but then it will become you have to look at the usability part also, that how it could be used. Balanced economy interruptions. This group is what? Triple E, right? This is mechanical. So you guys in mechanical engineering, you do this kind of, you deal with, you do work on polymer composites and those kind of things. That's a total. So it seems that you guys have put a lot of effort in putting together this PPT. But again, the bottom line is that the core of the crux of the matter is the research problem itself. So even before you start contemplating on writing the proposal, those kind of things, be absolutely sure to pick up the right research problem. Only then matters to, go forward. I would suggest that, don't even start writing, attempting to write the research proposal. First of all, just use 1 or 2 pages, not anything more than that. Because the rest of the things are very, very obvious. Once you have the right problem, research problem, then writing the research proposal is just a matter of 2 days or maybe a week, and nothing more than that. And it's very mechanical activity. Most important thing is most important, challenging, time-consuming, effortful activity. And effortful here is not physical effort. Physical effort will start only when you start implementing the research or do some experiments. Here it's all mental effort. So that's the most important part.
How much DSM test is there? Find out the active properties. Nice, sir. Maximum almost all the natural bio materials are in that property.
So,
How much need to find out?
So you mean coconut fiber as a magnetic property?
Yes, sir.
No.
Is having the property, not magnetic property, sir. Magnetic property, radiation absorbing property.
Absorbing property. Like forget better why it works. Everything will have some kind of a shielding property. Even if you put a glass paper also, it will also have some shielding property.
How much?
It's a barrier. Basically, you are creating a physical barrier. So depending upon the nature of the material and the thickness of the material, that will decide that what kind of shielding you will get. But a barrier is a barrier. It will give you some shielding or some whatever level. Design and development of carbon nanotube based organic solar cells.
Actually, they start with micro.
So earlier researchers were doing integration of carbon nanotubes to conductivity and significantly improved efficiency. Design of OSC in bilayer synthesis of reduced beam oxide bonus method application of OSC using spin coating techniques and study the characteristic practice of the film at the heat stage. Yes, these are not objectives, they can probably be, amalgamated to in some way. Some of the things that can go into the methodology part. Comparing fabrication results with simulation results, realization of high efficiency, multi-junction OSC.
Just kind of technology is with photovoltaics, inorganic materials like silicon. But the organic solar cells, one which can be which are environmental, that is a replace condition, one so like putting it on the glass windows, instead of roof you can also add the glass windows. Because the existing photovoltaic only on the rooftop.
Computer simulation of OSC using Silvaco Atlas fabrication of OSC using spin coating techniques and modifying the active layer morphology to enhance the efficiency. The reduced graphene oxide electrode transparency is increased at various temperatures to improve the efficiency of OSC. Testing of multi-junction OSC using testing theory. Is it an outcome? It's a deliverable testing of multi-junction OSC. Is it now? It's a deliverable testing of multi-junction OSC. It's a step. I would assume the way I understand it's a kind of a step in the process.
So it's a process. Like today solar simulation is engineer using their simulation. One process to replace solar simulation is being used.
So like computer simulation, this is a kind of a outcome. This is a kind of outcome or deliverable. But testing of multi-junction OSC is important.
After preparation of the organic solar cell, we should be testing like how much it is.
Fine.
That we are using solar cell.
No, so this testing is not a discrete outcome. It's a part of the delivery. It's another deliverable. So it's a part of the another deliverable that you are delivering your deal. What is your deliverable? It's a solar cell, right? So testing is not a deliverable. It's implied, it's a part of the process where you're delivering a discrete. It's not a discrete deliverable. It's an activity. Share findings with shareholders. This is also not a deliverable. So any comment? So what is the most challenging part of this entire work? Something which, what is the core component of this work?
So like, we are planning to prepare a small module of consisting of organic solar cell, which is having the different layers. So in the different layers like etc. and all these things, so that it absorbs the sunlight much better and sit on photovoltaic cells and get the improved efficiency as a output of that.
This has not been, this approach has not been followed by anybody else so far.
Even they have used different materials like only to some extent, but an extension has been done by using reduced carbon oxide as substrate.
What is the current benchmarking of efficiency?
Efficiency like it is like a 2 to more than 7%.
7%.
A small cell, small piece of cell.
What is the current efficiency of solar cells? 23.
So the point is that that is investment cost is more and for this investment cost is less and it will also be compatible and neutral. So in that point it has been.
What class that much is solar cell?
Any other? Are we done? So we'll break for tea for another 10 minutes, take 10 minutes, and then come back for the concluding session so that we are not. So 4 o'clock we'll be back.
4 o'clock will be there. So snacks are ready. Snacks.
which you have done or you have been doing under the project. So one could be somewhere in the middle of the project, and another could be towards the completion of the project or just after the completion of the project. Now, these review meetings are very important because they are a means to establish the accountability. So one thing is that if you want to incorporate any mid-course correction in the scope of work, that has to be vetted by this review mechanism. Second thing is that the money release of money part. So the entire money is not released right in the beginning. Some money is given right at the beginning upfront, and the remaining money is released in installments, annual installments. And for the release of subsequent installments of money, again, it is important that the progress of the work is certified as satisfactory, which is done through this review mechanism. This presentation about the progress of the projects, these meetings are also very similar to the meetings which we talked about for the defense of the original project. Time is limited, just about 10-15 minutes, and again, you make use of just 10-12 slides. The opening slide could be on original objectives and the work which has already been reported till the last review, and the final slide could be on deliverables and future plan of work. The remaining structure should cover the broad framework of theory and experiments which have been done, representative sample of experimental data and simulation results. It's obvious that in 10 minutes you cannot present the entire range of data which has been collected. So, but whatever you present should be a representative sample. Salient findings and results to underline a scientific merit of work in terms of value and impact. And finally, if there are any publications, patents, and technology, etc., those things should also be mentioned. So at the end of every year, there are some financial statements which are to be submitted to the funding agency. They will prescribe the format and how often they have to be submitted. And grant money, as I said, is released in annual installments, and subsequent releases are based on technical progress and proper utilization of grant. And finally, once you complete the project, the grantee institution is required to submit the final financial statements and close the project account. Extension of the project is possible. It's technically possible both with or without additional. So it is not preempted, but at the same time, it is not encouraged. So such request should be seen as an exception rather than the rule. So to the extent possible, make every effort to complete the work within the sanctioned timelines and budget. But having said that, it's not very common to see something like 6 months no cost extension due to routine exigencies, and such requests are generally disposed of favorably. But anything more than 6 months and anything which involves additional money, they are put to extra scrutiny. Once the project is complete and which is duly vetted by the review mechanism, it is required to submit the final completion report. And this final report is a complete and comprehensive documentation of everything which has been carried out under the project. Interim progress reports present the account of work which has been done in a particular time period, 6 months, 1 year, whatever, whereas the final report is a complete documentation of the entire work which has been carried out under the project. Once you have given the completion report and once you have settled the account, then the project can be treated as financially and administratively closed. There could be follow-up grants. It's always possible to, once you complete one project, write another project, work for another grant. Now, research generally is open-ended. See, you might be doing research even because you get a project and you will continue research even after the project is over. But unlike the research which keeps on going, the project is a very distinct entity in time and space. It has a discrete beginning, it has a discrete end. So for that reason, for the sake of accountability and clarity, it's always better to clearly define the boundaries of research which need to be carried out as a part of a particular grant. And then, attempt should be to properly address the issues within the stipulated time frame and within the allocated budget. Temptation to follow several emerging leads in research may be compelling. It's not very uncommon, once you do work, then you realize that you need to do some more. But at the same time, it's always better that, anything which is not directly related or it costs significant time and cost overrun. Those things should be avoided and those should be taken up as a follow-up project or as the next project. The reason is that, first of all, time overruns always create a very bad optics. Delays create a very bad optics. And it may also become a major cause of administrative complications, those audits, those kind of things. Any questions? So these are some of the things which might be useful or which might be relevant during the course of actually implementing the research. One thing is that the review meetings, the regular review of the project, which is done through documented progress reports, which are to be submitted at regular intervals, maybe 6 months, 1 year, something like that. Then a couple of times you are invited to come and make a personal presentation about the work which you have been doing. And once the project is complete, then you have to give a final report, which is a comprehensive account of the entire work which has been done. You have to settle the project accounts, and once you do that, then the project is administratively closed. Extension is possible, but then it should be an exception. It should be seen as an exception. And always try to not follow up. In fact, conceptualize your next research problem, write your next research proposal even before the completion of the existing one. And send it to a funding agency 6 months, 8 months in advance of even before the completion of their existing project, so that they also have the time to go through the project, to go through the evaluation process, and complete the evaluation even before you are able to, even before your project is administratively closed. So that kind of arrangement provides a seamless transition from one project to another project, in order to maintain the continuity in research, in order to retain the students who have been working on the project. And this is a very good kind of a nice kind of arrangement. So it requires a little bit of planning and project management to see that there is some kind of a, this seamless transition is from one project to another project, and you continue doing what you want to do. Any questions now related to this, or any other questions, right, from the, related to any other systems, what we have been talking about, what all we have been talking this morning?
Describe about state of art of this.
The state of art research is that what is the gold standard as of now? No? So previous work, so basically what all has been done in that particular area. If you are working, if your interest is biological treatment of wastewater, then how do the things stand as of today as far as the work is done globally by different people? There is a state of art. And if you're targeting if you have some kind of a benchmark, then if you have some kind of a target, then your target should be over and above the current best benchmarks. That's what is gold standard. It could be anything which is relevant to your proposal. It could be projects, it could be publications, it could be patents, it could be anything which is related to your proposed work. See, your references cannot be projects of work. Your references will be the publications which have come out of that work. You won't have access to somebody else's project. You will only get to know, even if you go to a website, you will get to know about the title or, maybe synopsis or something like that. That doesn't tell you much. But once you have implemented the project, they would have published that work. So that becomes your reference. Projects are never cited in references. It's only the publications, patents, and those kind of things.
Sir, during the initial scrutiny of our projects, project will undergo some evaluation. So how much weight they will accept, sir, will the project will accept?
What the 15%?
No. So if you are producing some work, then you should cite the reference. That is not tangible. In fact, it's very interesting. I mean, little out of the way. I wrote my first book. That was on personal finance and investment and those kind of things. Because it was my first book, and the editor's agreement in which there was disclaimers are there, plagiarism and all that. So I was very concerned. I was very skeptical. So I asked somebody to learn that software. What is it? Sure, right. So then what is the level of similarity? Percentage, how much was that? It was kind of less than 2%. It was less than 2%, and that also, there are certain kind of things, some names, some phrases which are very common. So, why I narrated it, if you have actually written project on your own without, kind of copy pasting, then it won't come out to plagiarism. Of course, there are softwares, so finally you can run a significant test. But those issues arise only when people actually plagiarize.
So self-plagiarism is included or excluded within this 15%?
Self-plagiarism. So self-reference will cite, will be citation also. It depends, as long as it is relevant, then there is no restriction on citing a self-reference.
So do we need to publish any paper in a certain area before writing a patent?
Before writing
projects?
No, not necessarily. But you should still have enough. You should still have some credentials to justify.
Suppose I have done some work in a particular area in my history. I want to change that field. Somehow the broad area will be same, but specifically I want to change the field.
That's right.
Especially when I'm in the game program you are saying that below 45 years, is it mandatory we have to take one of the idea or anything?
Something like it, second one would be like. Preference could be IITs. There are 23 IITs. Your first is pretty actually there are 5 IITs starting from Kharagpur, Bhubaneswar, Tirupati, Hyderabad, Siddharth.
So regarding the case, after getting the grant, can we can we have a PhD admission? And we want
Suppose if we have scholarship, we will not like to go to the value and some local candidates for using equipment. You can put it out like career. We can support in
kind of part-time kind of. So 3 months we are going to be there, and 9 months we are going to be in.
3 months is not the one to go. 27 months for a weekend after in their reviews, social property,
So
How can we collaborate with
the part of working in your area. Your contact,
same proposal
also we are
You'll have to depend on either your past collaborations or you have to depend to your networks or contacts to, or you just like to nowadays it's easy to people to contact. You can, first of all, you can get the profile of people who are working in several other institutions. If you find somebody appropriate, suitable for your kind of work or collaboration, then you can reach out to him through email or something like that also, even if you don't have any previous contact. But that's something which you have to work on your own. Nobody is going to do the matchmaking. Unfortunately, that matrimonial kind of service is still not there for, kind of facilitating these international collaborations. This has to be done on your own. So I'll run through, there are some frequently asked questions which I'll run through for like useful, and then if we have more questions, we'll again come back and try to address them. The first very obvious question is what would be the size of the grant and how much money I can ask for. Certain schemes specify the maximum size of the grant, certain schemes don't specify the maximum size of the grant. But in both the cases, what is even more important is that the money which you ask should be commensurate with the work which you are proposing to do. That's more important. Having said that, so that also means that even if there is a maximum size of the grant, like 40 lakhs, it doesn't mean that you should always ask for 40 lakhs. If your work is of the nature that it requires only 25 lakhs, then you should ask only 25 lakhs. So meaning there should be a strong connect between what you are proposing to do and what you are asking to do. Having said that, it's a good idea to be a little modest in your aspirations as a first time. So if it is your first project, be modest in what you are proposing to offer and be modest in asking looking for what you are asking. So your budget could be some 25, 30, 40, this kind. But certainly don't write a few crore kind of a project. Once you complete the project, implement the project, demonstrate your credibility, then of course you can be a lot more aspirational in your second project. What is the normal term of a grant? So most of the time, 3 years is a very common term in case of most of the research grants. And the reason is that 3 years is a very reasonable term. Either it is too long that the accountability is compromised, nor it is too short that you won't be able to do proper justice with the work which you are proposing. When can I submit a proposal? So essentially, as and when the call is open. But there is there are two scenarios. One thing is that there are some perpetual calls which remain in place for a long period of time. So you know that the calls will come next year or something like that. And there are some thematic programs or standalone calls that are just announced maybe for once or maybe for a couple of cycles. So what those calls you have to keep on looking on the websites, and when the call is announced, then you can submit the proposal. Which areas are preferred for support? Again, there are some programs which are area agnostic. So those area agnostic programs like CRG, SRG, those programs don't assign any preference to any area. All areas are welcome. They support research in all areas. And the bottom line is the quality of research, the quality of idea behind the research. Then there are some programs which are thematic in nature. So, nanotechnology, biotechnology, cyber physical security, quantum computing. So they are thematic programs, and there your choice is restricted to the theme of the class. So if you work in that area, then you have a chance to submit a proposal. Can the proposed research be related to my PhD work? Yes, it can be for many people. Their PhD work becomes a starting point for their independent research, but at the same time, the future research should be of significant value addition over and above what has already been done as a part of PhD. And the same analogy is applicable here. Can the new project be an extension of the previous project? Yes. Your future research can again be based on the outcome of your previous research, but it should not be a trivial extension of the previous research. There are very few people who work in my specialized area of research. How do I know that my proposal will be understood by people to whom it is referred for review and the committee members? First of all, it's a very hypothetical situation. It doesn't happen in, most of the time. It's very rare occasion that you come across a situation or a scenario where you struggle to find experts for a particular area. Even in those cases, even if it happens, assuming, going beyond that, it may be an hypothetical bad case scenario, but even if we assume that the situation arises, then there are two things. One thing is that, people who are involved with the evaluation process, even if they don't work themselves don't work in a very narrow nation domain area, even then they have the, at least the capability to figure out whether something makes sense or not. You see, we talked in the morning, a good idea just stands out for itself. It's just like that. Second thing is that in exceptional cases, there is indeed required that, that we need to get some kind of an, hardcore domain expert, and funding agencies always have the option to reach out to people outside the country, anywhere in the world. So those international reviewers, that option is also available. So from your point of view, it should not be a matter of concern. Second, how do we trust the competence and credibility of experts who evaluate proposals? If we talk about those individual peer reviews, they are hardcore domain experts who are most closely associated with the work which is proposed to be reviewed. If we talk about committee members, they are pretty senior kind of people, middle-aged at least. So are the kind of people who already have an established track record of research for themselves. Age is not the right criteria. They may be relatively young people also, but then those people might have done extremely good professionally. So they have an established track record for themselves. As well as, they stand true on the test of integrity and ethics and those kind of things. And on top of it, all these people who are who are involved with the evaluation process, they need to sign a formal agreement about non-disclosure and conflict of interest. So there are enough checks and balances to take care of the integrity part as well. What are the type of grants available for research and to researchers? We talked about it. So basically, there's a large number of grants which Dr. Rajiv talked about, BSc, BBD, NRF, and several socio-economic ministries. And I also mentioned that broadly they can also all be classified into four major verticals. Research grants, grants for research infrastructure, grants for scientific networking, and grants for rewards and recognition. Which research has a better chance for support basic or research? To some extent, it depends upon the nature of the scheme. There are some schemes who are skewed more towards basic research. There are some schemes which are more skewed towards applied research. But that's not important. What is more important is the quality of idea behind it. And there are certain schemes which, even schemes like SRG, CRG, they support all both the basic and applied, all kinds of research. So two things are important. It's not the type of research, it's the quality of idea behind the research which is more important. Second thing is that even the applied research, particularly when it is done in academic institutions, it should still be grounded in good science. It should not be empirical, it should not be detailed. And another aspect is that applied research, if you are doing, then also try to keep an eye about this ultimate safety. If you are not able to, that feasibility of commercialization. If you don't do that, then there is no charm about applied research. Applied research means your eye should always be on the commercial aspect. If you think it cannot be commercialized, then it's not worth it. So, and applied research, even applied research need not be a trivial or empirical. Applied research can also be grounded in science. I am an experimentalist. Do I necessarily have to do theory or modeling? Well, the thing is that doing experiments should also have some kind of a purpose. Why do you do experiments? Either to propose a theory or to test a theory or to refine a theory or to disprove a theory. There has to be some objective. Experiments which are done only for the sake of generating data, that's not a good research. That may be a scientific part, but that's not research. And many people say, you know, I'm characterizing this thing or I'm doing generating some data on this system. Why? Because no data is available. That's not a good justification for, it's still a routine. So in some way, there has to be some kind of a connect between theory and modeling. The experiments and theory. Is the industry participation and financial support essential requirement? So much. In case of basic research, there is no such mandatory requirement. Although industry participation is always encouraged. In case of applied research, it's not only encouraged, but often it's an explicit requirement. It's insisted upon. Why? Because there are obvious reasons. Because if we talk about applied research, one thing is that applied research should be relevant. It should be relevant to somebody. Now, who is that somebody? Industry. Or it should be another user agency as well. Then now that relevance is both incorporated, infused into the research as well as validated if you have an industry on board. In case of applied research. Isn't it? If industry is involved, it means two things. One thing is that whatever you are proposing to do, you will have the industry inputs to make sure that your research is relevant. Second thing is that from the funding agency point of view, it becomes a second level validation that industry is interested, then means it makes sense. Second thing is that often in case of applied research and technology development, it's not possible for in an academic environment to deliver the final package. You can go up to a tier level 5, 6, 7, but beyond that, you require the vehicle of industry or a user agency to take it forward. So if industry is on board, that arrangement is already in place. And finally, the commercialization part. If industry is participating, I mean, it is an implicit intent, expression of intent that they are interested in commercializing the work. Otherwise, why would they participate? Second thing is the finance. So there is no hard and fast rule. I mean, in some cases, in some schemes, it is explicitly specified, 50% or something like that. But in other cases, it is decided largely on case-to-case basis. As a rule of thumb, you can say something like 10 to 25% of the total cost. And that should preferably come as a cash contribution rather than in-kind contribution. In-kind contribution is merely a book entry. It's an accounting review. You understand what it means. In-kind means, the industry will say, well, I'll, so much of manpower, so much of time and those kind of stuff. That's basically accounting. If I submitted projects twice and on both the occasions it was turned down, I feel very disappointed. In fact, I have come across people whose projects have been turned down on 3 or 4 occasions. See, the point here is that there is a saying, if you continue to do the same things, you will continue to get the same results. So the message here is that if the project is turned down, you need to challenge the very premise of your thinking. You need to change the very premise of your thinking. Most often people have a tendency to bring about some minor changes here and there, some minor tinkering here and there, some cosmetic changes, and they submit the proposal, which is again turned down. But the point is that the better approach is that if the proposal is turned down, 2 things. One thing is that if anything, as I said at another time also, the project is something where a lot of effort goes into, both intellectual or time and effort and everything. And anything in which we put our effort, it becomes kind of an emotional investment. It's called endowment effect. We don't want to, we start identifying ourselves with that entity. And when it is turned down, then several things happen. It becomes kind of a personal attack. Person and the proposal, they are 2 different things, isn't it? Although the proposal has been written by the person, but still the proposal is different from the person. Tomorrow, maybe 1 month or 2 years down the line, the same person can write another proposal which may be 10 times better than that one. So we need to understand the proposal is different, the person is different. But in reality, the psychological mental block is that the proposal is turned down, it is seen as a personal rejection. It's not only the project, proposal has been turned down, it's a rejection of the person, which causes the emotional turmoil. And you immediately go into the denial mode, defense mechanism starts working, you start blaming everyone. those funding agencies or buyers, they give projects only to IIT people, or you need to know somebody somewhere to get the projects, all kinds of justifications, starting. You need to kind of keep that tendency under control. This is called emotional intelligence. This is all our stories, we create those kind of stories. Second thing is that, so because of that, it becomes very difficult for us to disengage from what has already been done. To throw something in the dustbin, throw something into the trash can, in which we have invested 6 months, it's not an easy task. Unless, we are aware. This is a very natural thing to happen. In anything which you have invested so much of hard work of 6 months, and then you come to a situation where you have to throw it to the trash. It's not easy, it's a psychological law. But we have to keep these kind of realities in mind. The reason that multiple rejections of the project, one reason is that people find it very difficult to disengage with the proposal which has already been turned down. So even the new proposal is in some ways kind of an extension of the previous proposal. But the better way would be to totally change the very basic premise of your thinking. Challenge yourself that, well, I thought this proposal was very good. I indeed put in a lot of hard work, but then if others don't think so, they may also be having some kind of a reason. So start working on a different premise altogether. What is that the funding agencies look for a project? I know. So two things. One thing is a very universal requirement, which is the quality of the idea behind the research. That's a very universal and very fundamental requirement, which is applicable across all schemes, programs, funding agencies, India, abroad, everywhere. Then there could be some additional requirements, like for applied research, there could be a requirement of involvement of a user industry or user agency. So that becomes additional or level 2 requirements, which are specific to a particular program or scheme or particular agency. I was not informed of the reason for the rejection of my projects. Also very common observation or complaint. And I think we have discussed about this in detail, that there is no solution to this problem. Sometimes it is not informed the reasons, but many times now people have started giving some kind of reasons, but that also doesn't help much. It only provides some kind of a leap. Somebody said methodology is not appropriate. Still, you have to engage your own thinking to figure out, what is not appropriate and how it can be improved. I want to start research in a new area. Can I get funding and how? So changing your area very often, hopping from one area to another area every couple of years is not something which is encouraged. And the reason is that unless you work in a particular area for a reasonably long period of time or sufficiently long period of time, you are not expected to make any tangible contribution. You will still be very superficial. If you are Nobel laureates, they work like Daniel Kahneman, he worked for 6 or 7 decades in a single area. That's how, they get the Nobel Prize. So forget about Nobel Prize. Nobel laureates are outliers. We are not, that's only for inspiration. That's not our normal benchmark. But even then, people are expected to work in a particular area for a reasonable period of time to make some significant contribution. Having said that, if somebody has worked in an area for a sufficiently long period of time with some reasonable contribution, and then he or she wants to migrate to another related area, which is, he wants to branch out basically. We also need to understand it's not just not possible to move from one area to another totally unrelated area. That's only a hypothetical situation. In reality, is not possible. What is possible is branching. Branching out could be in a related area. Branching out could be in possibly a new and emerging field within the overall domain. So that is perfectly all right. That's possible. Is it mandatory to have a co-PI? Certain schemes insist on a co-investigator, certain schemes don't require a co-investigator. even though the schemes require a co-investigator, there are two scenarios. One thing is it's only for administrative purpose, that there is a backup arrangement, fallback arrangement. You have another person in case the lead person is to quit, then there is somebody to take the project to conclusion. It's an administrative arrangement, and in such case, the co-investigator is a passive co-investigator. In normal course, he or she doesn't have any specific role to perform. The other scenario is that, in case of collaborative projects, interdisciplinary projects, then those kind of activities require the expertise of multiple domains. So in that case, the co-investigator has a discrete role to perform in the implementation of the project, and he or she is an active co-investigator. And for that reason, there could be even more than one co-investigator. Can I write a research grant in collaboration with another researchers? Yes, very much possible. Again, in case of bigger problems, complex, complicated problems, grand challenge problems, you require multiple skill sets and multiple domain expertise from different people from different backgrounds. Basically, collaborative projects. So in those cases, yes, collaborations are possible, and collaborations are possible in a very seamless manner. You can collaborate with someone within the department. You can collaborate with someone in another department within the institute. You can collaborate with someone from other institutions outside of your institute, and you can collaborate with industry. So all kinds of collaborations are possible, but the nature of collaboration is to be guided by the nature of what which is proposed to be done, not the other way around. Not that four people sit together, that we get along well, so let us sit together and try to find collaborative proposal. That's not a good approach. The better way is that the nature of work, the research which you are proposing to do, that should drive the nature of collaboration which is required. Can I ask for extension of my project, and can I ask for additional money? It's possible, but take it as an exception rather than invoke this clause only in very rare situations. Is reallocation of funds allowed from one head to another? So funding agencies normally give some kind of flexibility to move funds from one head to another head, which is normally stated in the terms and conditions of the grant. Beyond that, anything which is not explicitly stated in the terms and conditions of the grant regarding the reallocation of funds, go back to the funding agency, ask for a clarification or approval as the case may be. In money matters, don't take anything for granted. So that's it. These were some of the FAQs. So we need to do two things now. There are some feedback forms. Please just take a couple of minutes to fill them up. And in the meantime, if you have more questions, then you're welcome to come up. We'll try to address those questions as well.
So, each agency will offer multiple institutions, multiple institutions and multiple principal institutions. Each organization will generally ask kind of
No, I didn't. Funding agency.
Yes.
AST does that, ACRB does that, BBT does that. Most of the funding agencies do that. Yes. See, there is a difference. See, there are some network projects which may involve competent institutions and 50 odd individuals. Those are different. There are network projects. In individual projects, you should not expect half a dozen institutions to be involved. But there could be 2, 3 institutions, 50 people. Individual projects, you don't expect 50 people to work, right? You should distinguish between individual projects and the network projects. That you understand, really. The real, right? But beyond that, all institutions provide that flexibility to come up with collaborative projects. But the bottom line is that, again, the nature of work should guide the nature of collaboration.
The regular project should have any applications, This is already format, regular projects have any application in mind. Meaning,
Breast cancer, they were saying, sir. The application name.
Not necessarily. Unless you are applying in a scheme that you know what was your next area, you go for physical devices, medical devices. But schemes like CRT, SRT is not at all essential, first of all. Secondly, if you ask me personally, it is not advisable also. Because in most of the cases we have seen, when you are concerned with the right problem, because it is a good applied research, not it is promoted in the science. So develop the ability to think about the research problem, disengage from the application. The abstract terms have to be scientifically more challenging.
Any several projects regarding solid detail physics. So there is one program by the National Assembly Management Department. Yes, sir. How is open people and there is a master. There you can make up studies. Several projects and CKDs and cardiovascular. Identify certain areas. Okay. So you can be.
Any more questions?
Any more questions?
Sir, deliverables, what exactly will be incorporated in the proposal of deliverables?
No, it depends upon the nature of work.
I mean, segregation of work into
Bar charts.
yes.
Right.
Yes.
You want aspects. Product, process.
That can be promoted in deliverables.
Whatever the process.
I'm going to buy
So the qualitative expression of the knowledge, new knowledge is generated in the project, or it is likely to be generated out of research. That's your relevant. In case of basic, if it is of course applied research or technology development, then it could be something else, it could be a product, it could be a technology, something like that. In case of basic